ordinary researcher and ordinary scientist can definitely exploit its potential. Now, I must say that I'm sure this learned audience knows that intellectual property rights today is a global metaphor. It is not just confined to India or what you are doing in your labs, say in NIT Manipur. Your work, your patent will have global footprints. Scientists and technologists all across the world will look at your invention, will pay you revenue to take a license from it, and once you get a patent, you can earn unlimited money from it. Now, as defined by WIPO, the definition of intellectual property refers to creations of the mind, such as inventions, literary and artistic works, designs and symbols, names and images which are used in commerce. Now, IPR laws on patents, copyrights and trademarks, these are the ones which are relevant to scientists and engineering students, and they earn recognition or financial benefits for inventors and creators in science and technology. Also, if as a young scientist, if as a young engineering student, you are able to strike the right balance between the interests of innovators and the wider public interest, the intellectual property system will also engender and foster an environment in India where innovations can flourish as per the dreams of our Prime Minister towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. The logo of the intellectual property rights movement in India is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. Now, let us look at the scenario of IPR in a post-COVID era. The post-COVID era is also an era of artificial intelligence, of Internet of Things and neural networks, as well as the Google Cloud platform. In the post-COVID era of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things and neural networks, the powers of the institutes of technology have increased manifold. You now have a power to commercialize, and your innovations have a global metaphor. And being an institute of national importance, NIT Manipur today has a high potential of turning its research into money. And research today is not just work that you do in your lab. According to intellectual property rights, it also means commercial gain. Okay. And the potential for commercial development at scale, and also not only for the host Institute of Technology, which in this case would be the National Institute of Technology or Manipur, but also for the university. And for you particularly, for this community which I am addressing, patents particularly in IPR are the relevant legal means to get it done. Okay. Now, let us look at the intellectual property rights life cycle of an invention in science and technology. The buzzwords are, first you create in your laboratory, you create in your NIT environment through research and development the innovation that you want to that you are dreaming of patenting. Next, you protect it through IP protection. Next, you market it through commercialization. And the owner of, who is the owner of the patent? The owner of the patent for you would be the hosting research laboratory and the inventor. Also, what are the types of IPRs? The types of IPRs that exists, well, there's a panoply of IPRs, there's a that's a bundle of rights. But let me just go over. The types of IPRs that exist today are patents, which are to you of utmost importance, and creations in science and technology. There also exists two other IPRs which are relevant to scientists, that is designs and trademarks and copyrights. But the other IPRs such as plant variety, trade secrets, etc., these are not so relevant. And intellectual property rights are the rights given to persons over the creation of their minds, and they usually give the creator an exclusive right over the use of his/her creation over a certain period of time. Now, what about research and innovation in terms of monetary gain for you, in terms of patents and IPR, how you can earn through your innovation? Well, universities and national institutes of technology in India today are increasingly hosting technology incubators to nurture new technology. Take the case of newer developments in drone technology, for example, and for developing newer models of scientific and technological research through a network of angel investors, venture capitalists, and entrepreneurs. As per Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is the university or the National Institute of Technology would be the key stakeholder, and the angel investors, etc., they would also be other stakeholders in this. Also, transformative technology in IPR is important today, and thereby keeping up pace with this, the patent system of India today is governed by the Patents Act 1970, and this was amended as the Patents Amendment Act 2005, and also as the Patent Rules 2003. And the patent rules today are regularly amended in consonance with the changing environment. The most recent amendment, it happened in 2016. Now, for patents, I speak with the needs of a National Institute of Technology in mind. For patents, the Office of the Controller General of Patents, Design, Trademarks, or the CGPDTM, is the body which is responsible for the administration of the Indian Patent Act. Also, have a look at the website, which is a very useful interactive official website which facilitates paperless filing and every other technicality from start to finish, making the presence of lawyers today almost redundant. This is at the cusp of my paper. You can do the filing, the patent filing yourself. You don't need the help of any lawyers nor any intermediaries. If you go to the website itself today and have a look, it will give you all the answers. It's a misplaced notion that lawyers are needed to get you a patent. Today, being a scientist, you can protect your own invention, and our patent office today has introduced a list of official facilitators who will help you do everything from drafting the patent specification, from claiming your invention to the paperless filing, to guiding you about the forms, and this includes a nominal cost. And if you are a startup or a startup is collaborating with a National Institute of Technology, usually the fees are waived. Also usually for science and technology institutes, the fees are waived off. Now, as I was talking about patents so far, but I did not define it. So just I want to say that your patent is a statutory right for an invention granted for a limited period of time to the patentee by the government in exchange of full disclosure of his invention for excluding others. The key term is to exclude others from enjoying the commercial benefits of your invention. And it gives you the right to make, use, sell, import the patented product or process in science and technology for producing, and also for producing that product with your consent. You can also give a license to others. Now, before you do your own patenting, you must also be, any scientist or researcher or technological expert must also be clear about the meaning of invention. The meaning of invention, as under Section 2, subsection 1, Clause J of the Patents Act 1970, means a new product or process involving an inventive step and capable of industrial application. As per Section 2, subsection 1, Clause JA of the Patents Act 1970, inventive step means a feature of an invention that involves technical advances as compared to the existing knowledge or having economic significance or both, and that makes the invention not obvious to a person skilled in the art. And section 2, subsection 1, clause AC of the Patents Act means your patent should be capable of industrial application in relation to the invention. It also means that the invention is capable of being made or used in an industry. Just a mere discovery in this context, I must also tell you that just an invention which is a mere discovery or which is very trivial does not qualify as patentable matter. What's the term of a patent in the Indian system? Well, it's 20 years from the date of filing of your application. Remember, it will not be from the date of grant of your patent, but from the date of filing of your application. And for patent applications which are filed under the national phase, under the Patent Cooperation Treaty, the term will be 20 years from the international filing date, which will become the priority date in a foreign jurisdiction. Now, for a patent has territorial jurisdiction, but it has a global nature. The patent can be filed in a patent which is to be active in a PCT country can also be filed in India. Now, let us also quickly look at non-patentable matter. Non-patentable matter is enshrined in sections 3 and 4 of the Patents Act. So, what are not inventions? Before you go for the patenting process, please make sure that your innovation, your invention is not included in the following categories. What are they? They are an invention which is frivolous, which claims anything which is contrary to well-established natural laws. An invention, the primary or intended use or commercial exploitation of which could be contrary to public order or morality. Mere discovery, just a simple discovery which is not complicated enough, or an invention which is very obvious to a subject expert, which is not sufficiently in-depth. These are not patentable matter. Also, the mere discovery of a new form of a known substance which does not result, like I have a substance which is in a beta crystalline form, and later I make it in a amorphous form and I apply for patent. That is nothing but old wine in a new bottle. This will not be patentable. Also, if a substance is obtained by a mere admixture resulting only in the aggregation of the properties of the components thereof, or a process for producing such substance, that is also not patentable matter. Mere arrangement or rearrangement or duplication of known devices, that is not patentable matter. Also, methods of agriculture, horticulture, topography of integrated circuits, at least under Patents Act, for that there is a separate IPR. Presentation, a mere presentation of information, this is not patentable matter. Now I come to a very important part, that is the issue of patent agent examination. I must tell you that scientists and engineering students today, they are qualified and they are eligible to appear for the patent agent examination, which is conducted by the Patent Office of the Government of India. If anyone passes or appears for the exam, the registration for which is now ongoing in the IP India, Government of India website, then you don't need any outsider even in your institute to draft any patent specification. As the inventor himself or herself, or the team himself or herself is totally in the loop about the rudiments of intricacies and rudiments of the invention, any person who qualifies for the patent agent examination can also handle everything from filing to the grant of the patent. No outsider is required. In the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, you can do it on your own. And this patent agent examination is conducted by the Office of the Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks. And today, a little bit of training is also the need of the hour in order to run an effective IPR cell in a National Institute of Technology and also in science and technology institutions. Section 126 of the Patents Act 1970 clearly says about the qualifications for registration as patent agents that a person shall be qualified to have his name entered in the register of patent agents if he fulfills the following conditions. Among others, one of the conditions is, which is relevant to you, which is relevant to this august audience, is he has obtained, he is a symbolic term which includes all genders. He has obtained a degree in science, technology or engineering from any university established under law for the time being in force in the territory of India, or possesses such other equivalent qualifications as the central government may specify on this behalf. So today any science and engineering graduate, if they also appear for patent agent examination, which is a very easy examination, they become qualified to handle patent matters. And obviously for the exam there is a nominal fee which may be waived in on application in qualified cases. Now to encourage self-filing in technology and science institutions, the Government of India has recently started the NIPAM, National IP Awareness Mission. What is this? This consists of online training modules which are available on the website of Intellectual Property India itself. Today the website is your teacher. It has live examples, it has live examinations, live webinars, live instructions, and you can also search your prior art through the website. So nothing more is needed. Also this program has been conceived, this NIPAM Awareness Mission, this has been conceived under Creative India, Innovative India. And this is again run by the Office of the Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, which is the designated body for the grant of patents. So today, as things are, you do not require any large amount of money, or you don't need to go to a law firm. You can self-file. And one recommendation that I made in the course of this talk is providing training for patent agent exam through the IPR cells. There is also online offline classroom training organized by Intellectual Property India, where details of specification writing, training on patent prior art, design filing, copyright filing, IP commercialization is given. Prior art, as I mentioned, is the search whether any duplication of your work has already been patented. Because patent, as you know, it should be totally original, totally novel and totally innovative. And the innovation should be sufficiently complicated. It should be of a sufficiently exalted and high standard, such that any subject expert may not guess the intricacies of it just by merely looking at it. I also mentioned that while I was expositioning non-patentable matter in section 3 and 4 of the Patents Act. Now, as we know that patent protection is a territorial right, but even if territorial right means that your patent will be applicable only in India. In India only you can buy and sell it. But it will be a part of the prior art search if done by any aspiring scientist or technocrat across the world. In the website, your patent will be listed in the IP India website, and no duplicate patent can be taken anywhere else in any corner of the world. And filing an application in India today will also help you to file a corresponding application for the same invention only in the convention countries to which India is a signatory within or before the expiry of 12 months from the filing date in India. And patents should be obtained in each country where the applicant requires protection of his invention. So I will explain this, like your patent application is tenable and applicable only in India. If you want if you want your patent to work out in another country, well, you have to take a fresh patent in that country, but that will be in reference to the patent you have already obtained in India. So what are the best practices for documentation of research while you are trying to research for patentable matter and for conducting a preliminary assessment of patentability? Well, first is good documentation should be there on your part, you should maintain logbooks and also think of other IP rights like copyright, IPRs for copyright, ornamental designs, trademarks for identity and brands, and the know-how for trade secrets as well. However, patent dominates. Now, self-filing is possible how? I have just put it in very simplified terms. That is, scientists and engineers can today file directly or appoint a patent attorney who is basically a patent agent. As a student only, you can start working as a patent attorney, even for your institute, if you qualify the patent agent examination. And also lawyers can come down for only patent cases. In the case of patents, for the interests of the scientists and researchers, actually the lawyers have been eliminated by the Patents Act, which people don't discuss so openly. But the Office of the Controller General of Patents and Designs will confirm this, that lawyers can come down for patent cases to represent their clients in a hearing where any objection, etc. has been filed, but not during the patent granting process. The patent granting process is also called the prosecution process. And also filing, etc. can be handled by the patent attorneys themselves. That is, your friend who is a patent attorney in your institute can help you file the patent. You just need someone who has cleared the patent agent examination. And by the way, the list of authorized patent agents all across India, they are available in the Patent Office website as well. Like for lawyers, in case after the scheduled time some objection is pending, the controller can call a hearing to meet up the objections. Only then a lawyer may be called. But only for patents, the patent agent can be present during only the patent agent, not lawyers, can be present during the entire prosecution process. That is from the birth of the application to the grant of the patent. And also in patents, only the scholar or applicant himself and the patent agent can file, not the lawyer. Please understand. And another thing I must tell you, for designs and trademarks, every lawyer can file and prosecute. But in patents, there is a block off for lawyers. Also, if you are working in a lab of your institute and you are the inventor, but you have used the facilities of the lab. I am taking the example of institutions like CSIR, in this instance, of which I am a member in our Apex committee. That is, inventors or scientists who use the CSIR labs, they usually have an internal arrangement. There is usually a prior legal agreement that with their permission only, with the permission of CSIR, the inventor files. And once the patent is granted, if the institute has hosted and given the facilities for the laboratory, the institute gets the patent, but the name of the student or name of the scientist who has done the invention, his name is there as an inventor, is mentioned as an inventor in the patent. Why? So that you can get the revenue. You can also be a part of the revenue generation process. Also, any inventor who is working in the premises will take the permission of the lab, as I said. So many scientists and scholars who are working on the same project, they don't have a difference of opinion later. So everything should be sorted out by mutual agreement. There should be a draft paper before that. Individually, they can also file, but in that case, the patent may also be granted if the technicalities are in order, but litigious circumstances may arise leading to complications which are based on wrongful obtainment of the patent. So another very key question, can scientists learn to draft the patent specifications? Yes, it is their invention. It is very easy for them to draft the same as they know the intricacies and the inventive concepts best. For lawyers and law firms, they have to take the help of the inventors only. I must tell you that the lawyers and the law firms, they are enlisting the names of the patent agents only, which are there in the website. So lawyers are also turning to the patent agents as well. What about young inventors? The government of India today, towards that logo of, that motto of Atmanirbhar Bharat, is giving several facilities to young inventors. For startups, fee waiver is there, and startups, and also if individually you want to get a patent, you can, but you don't want to spend money, or you cannot afford even the nominal fees, you can involve any facilitator, and the list of facilitators are available in the Patent Office website itself. For startups and young inventors, drafting, specification expenditure, etc. is today taken care of by the government only. Also, in the incubation centers which are hosted by labs and technology hubs, the government can take care of everything. Now, which are the forms to be filled by the inventor? The inventor, first and most importantly, you have to draft a specification along with your claims and rights. The patent specification of the product or process that you are wanting to patent may be drafted by you, because you know your invention, your innovation best. And forms are very trivial issues. The paperwork today is zero. Everything is paperless and online. It can be done even from the confines of your home. However, what you require is a digital signature. You must have a digital signature which is authorized by the vendor, which is approved by the IP India office, and physical filing is an option which is available only for individuals. In certain cases, physical filing has been done away with in the post-COVID era. Now, how to file? Attorneys, patent agents, inventor themselves, they can file electronically. The form numbers are available in the website itself. You have to fill up form 1, form 2, form 3, and if the inventor and applicants are different, then form 5 also has to be filed. And form 18 on request for examination. Now, a peculiarity of the patent process is, please note that just filing is not enough. There has to be a request for examination. This has to be filed within 4 years from the date of filing, and at the time of filing, form 18 may not also be filed. You can file form 18 later on request for examination. Now, how to file? Form 9 can also be filed. If you're in a hurry, you quickly want to secure the commercial gain which is inherent in your invention or innovation, you are also to file, in addition with the forms I just mentioned, form number 9. Form number 9 for early and expedited publication, and 18 months time is the standard window for publication of an invention. If someone wants an early publication, the above form 9 is definitely required. If you have a laptop at home only, you can do everything. And the patent office, which is headquartered in Kolkata, they have systems available. Like if you just go there physically, although physical filing is available for individuals, they have systems, computers available, they will help you to file. And free workshops are always hosted by the patent office, sometimes in exchange for a small charge and sometimes free. The immediate requirements and recommendations, which is at the cusp of my lecture, is that every National Institute of Technology, which is now the center point for innovations and inventions, they must have an active IPR cell and innovation cell for students, researchers, scholars, scientists, engineering students, which will work as a link between students, researchers, and project managers. There should also be a tie-up and traffic with the Patent Information Center. There is also a patent or IP facilitation center in the Northeast, and in fact the institutes of technology can also apply to the government of India to set up a patent or IP facilitation center. The time is ripe, and usually at this point many such centers are going out. There is also this Technology Information Forecasting and Assessment Council, TIFAC, or Department of Science of Technology, Government of India, which is already doing all this. Now, now the government at the center, they have also started the scheme for startups startups intellectual property protection, that is the SIPP. There is something called the IP Mitra scheme, intellectual property friend. IP Mitra scheme for startups in patents, trademarks and designs under the extended scheme for facilitating startups intellectual property protection. Now, how can the IP Mitra help? The IP Mitra is for people who don't have much resources, financial resources, or those who don't want to hire a lawyer unnecessarily. Now, they can help the intended entrepreneurs in a variety of ways by providing assistance in filing, for support and facilitation in processing of IP applications, along with expert advice on various legal aspects of intellectual property. And IP Mitra can also help broaden one's IP portfolio and enable stakeholders for new ventures in the IP world through their experiences and skills. Now, these facilitators, however, they must be officially empaneled by the CGPDTM, Controller General of Patent, Trademarks and Designs. And any registered patent or trademark agent, sometimes even an advocate can become facilitators, but the list has to be accessed from the website. And government departments like the TFAC, NRDC, BIRSC, DSIR, etc., they can also have facilitators, but rights of the IPR shall vest in the startup itself. Even if facilitators, incubators, etc., are involved in the process, the IP right always remains with the inventor. Now, a little more about the most important IP Mitra scheme, which is relevant for young scientists. It offers reimbursement of any fees that has been paid by you under SIPP, and this shall be entertained only for the empaneled IP Mitra bodies who have submitted online applications or startups through relevant e-filing portals unless approved by CGPDTM under exceptional conditions. Also, while submitting the onboarding request for IP Mitra, eligible entities should ensure their personal and contact details, that is, details about the agent, advocate, certificate number, email address, mobile, etc. This should all be up to date. Now, another key tutorial on how to obtain your digital signature. Well, digital signatures can be obtained from certifying authorities. Certifying authorities who are empaneled by the Controller of Certifying Authorities of India and who are integrated with the e-filing system of the Patent Office. Now, list of such certifying authorities again are available on the website of the Controller General of Patents, Designs, Trademarks. And I have also given the vendor's URL. This is again available in the IP India website. Now, is there any jurisdiction for filing patent application in India? Yes, India has 4 patent offices which are located at Kolkata, New Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and each office has a separate territorial jurisdiction. The appropriate office for all proceedings, including filing of the office of the CGPDTM India, it depends normally where the applicant or first mentioned applicant resides or has domicile or place of business and has origin of invention. And in case of foreign applicants, well, it depends on the address for service in India given by such an applicant. Now, a quick look at the types of patent applications that can be filed by you. First, there is the provisional application. That is, the Indian patent law, it follows the first to file system. A provisional application is an application which can be filed if the invention is still under experimentation stage. And filing a provisional specification provides the advantage to the inventor since it helps in establishing a priority date for the invention. What's the priority date? When you file in foreign, in any of the countries to which India is a signatory, that filing date in the foreign jurisdiction becomes the date from which your patent runs when it is granted. And further, the inventor gets 12 months time to fully develop the invention and ascertain its market potential, and time to file the complete specification as well. We also have the ordinary patent application, that is an application for patent which is filed in the patent office without claiming any priority in a convention country or without any reference to earlier applications. We also have convention applications, that is an application for patent filed in the patent office claiming a priority date based on the same or substantially similar applications filed in one or more of the convention countries, and this is known as convention application. And in order to get convention status, an applicant should file the application in the Indian Patent Office within 12 months from the date of first filing or similar application in the convention country. We also have the PCT international application. Now, this typification means that this is an application which is filed in India as receiving office, RO, under the Patent Cooperation Treaty, and this is by nature an international application which can be filed in more than 150 countries by a single application, and the host office is of course the CGPDTM. Now, what are the types of patent application which can be filed? A few more. PCT national phase application, this is when an international application is made according to PCT designating India. Then an applicant can file the national phase application in India within 31 months from the international filing date or the priority date, whichever is earlier. There is also something called the patent of addition, which is relevant to you. That is when your invention is a slight modification of an earlier invention for which you have already obtained a patent or you have just applied for. You as an applicant, you can go for patent of addition if the modification in the invention is new. And one of the benefits of filing the patent of addition is that there is no need to pay a separate renewal fee for the patent of addition. We also have what we call the divisional application. Divisional application is when an application claims more than one invention. The applicant on his own or with official approval on the ground of plurality or distinct invention may divide the application and file two or more applications as the case may be for each of the inventions. And this type of application divided out of the parent application is known as divisional application. And the priority date would be antedated, that is the date of first filing. Now, what are the timelines? You as a young scientist or as a scientific entrepreneur, you remember that patent is all about time, because technology loses its commercial relevance after a certain period of time. In common parlance, the technology which we are using today is today's technology. We are not using technology which was used a decade earlier. Take the case of mobile phones. We are using today's technology, not technology which is dated like 20 years ago. So what are the timelines in brief? Well, filing of your complete patent specification following provisional specification. For this, Form 2 should be filed, and within 12 months of filing the provisional specification, it should be activated. What about the statement and regarding the statement and undertaking regarding foreign applications, you have to file Form 3 from the website within 6 months from the date of filing of the application. What about request for examination? For this, Form 18 is the relevant form. 48 months from the date of filing of the priority, whichever is earlier, this should be filed. What about declaration of inventorship? Well, for declaration of inventorship, you are to file Form 5 with the complete specification or within 1 month from the date of filing the complete specification. And what about the time for replying to the first examination report? Once the patent office gives you a FER, first examination report, within 6 months from the date of issuance of the FER, which is extendable up to 3 months, so that is 6 months plus 3 months, that comes to 9 months. The reply should be given by you. Now, what about, there are some other important timelines in the patent process. For pre-grant opposition, Form 7 capital A should be filed by you. If you have any opposition prior to the grant, after publication of the application and any time before the grant of the patent. For post-grant opposition, Form 7 should be filed. That would be 1 year from the date of publication of the grant of patent. About reference to deposit of biological material, there is a internationally internationally sanctioned laboratory at Chandigarh, where biological material is to be deposited. There also, within 3 months from the date of filing of the application, the process should be completed. About furnishing information regarding the working of the patent, well, every year we have to file an annual statement at the end of the financial year. You as an inventor, you individually have to file an annual statement, or maybe your institute, if it has a plethora of patents granted, for this Form 27 is to be uploaded. This can be done individually. Things have become very simplified. So what is Form 27? You simply have to fill up Forms 27 on your own, which talks about working statements regarding the working of patented information in a calendar year. And this is to be submitted for every granted patent within 3 months from the end of every calendar year. That is 31st March of every year. For example, for the submission of working statements for the calendar year of 2022, the deadline for you would be 31st of March 2023. Now, let us quickly have a look at the patent flow chart. It says, first you have to do stage number 1. That is the filing of the patent application with complete specification. Then publication under Section 11 capital A of the Patent Act will happen. Early publication or post 18 months, then pre-grant opposition under Section 25 subsection 1 has to be filed. Then request for examination on Form 18 or request for expedited examination on Form 18 capital A within 48 months from the date of the priority has to be filed before the FER is issued. That is the first examination report. After this, you can also go for expedite, and also in the case of expedited examination for startups, if the applicant has indicated India as the international search authority in the corresponding international application for patentability and other requirements under the Act, the FER is issued. That is the first examination report. Next, both for examination and expedited examination, after FER, the application is to be put in order by the applicant within 6 months, which is extendable by 3 months from the date of issuance of the FER. Then re-examination of amended documents may be done, and the Controller General can also offer a hearing to the applicant if any objections are outstanding. If objections are not met within 6 to 9 months, the application is deemed to be abandoned. If the objections are met within 6 to 9 months, grant of patent under Section 43 and publication of grant is to be done in the patent journal. Now, in context, I must tell you that every Friday, I am going to show you the patent journal after my lecture. Every Friday, the patent office brings an online patent journal, which you must keep checking. All of you have Android phones, computers, internet at your disposal, which tells you about the granted patents, and also the patents for which the first examination report has been filed, so that you can have an idea, just in case, whether anything in your area of work is already in the patenting pipeline, so that your labor is not wasted. Because you know that one of the key, like brick and mortar of the definition of a patent is it should be absolutely novel. There should not be any similar work anywhere in this area in any corner of the globe. So it's a patent journal. It's called a patent journal, not the type of physical journals we find in the libraries, but it's an online journal. Also, if there is any post-grant opposition happening, any hearing which is scheduled, this is also uploaded every Friday on the Patent Office website. Then let's come to the filing of patent application with provisional specifications. Well, one must file complete specification within 12 months of filing such an application. What is specification, I told you, but for those who came in later, specification is the detail of your product or process. The representation is usually diagrammatic, and you as an inventor, you know your invention best. You are the best qualified person to draft your patent specification, and you can see the samples on the website itself. And if not done, the application is deemed to have been abandoned, and timelines are very crucial. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing. But just before I go, I will also request you to have a look at the patent website. Let me see if I can show you. See, this is the website which you should constantly refer to. This is your teacher in case of self-filing. Just as nowadays, for commercial law, because I'm a commercial law person, you have the company law website run by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, where everything from the incorporation, that is the birth of a company, to the registration under the register of companies, to the winding up of companies is done. Everything is done through the website. Today, every patent activity is done through the website. And you can see there are these roving seminars. There is this IPR awareness program going on. There is the trademark and patent agent examination. So the motto of the present government, I repeat, is to make young scientists totally self-sufficient for filing patents for yourself. So you can go to the website and you can have a look at the latest developments. So thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing, and I'm very grateful to NIT Manipur for inviting me. Thank you so much. And sir, if I just may say one line. In conclusion, I must tell you that I have specialized in intellectual property rights law under Professor William Cornish in the University of Cambridge. And there I have always seen the professors, the scientists, they are self-filing in the European Patent Office and in the UK Patent Office. They are not having any intermediaries. Okay, so the time is ripe to do everything ourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of National Institute of Technology, Manipur, I would like to welcome the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, faculties, staff, and participants to the first International Conference on Science and Technology Engineering, which is organized by the National Institute of Technology, Manipur. To formally begin the conference, please join me to welcome Shri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation, as guest of honor of today's function to take the seat on the dais. I would like to take the pleasure to invite Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, National Institute of Technology, Nagaland, as special guest to take the seat on the dais. May I request Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, as the President of today's function to take the seat on the dais. Let's welcome the dignitaries with a big round of applause. May I take the opportunity to invite Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, to felicitate Sri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, to felicitate Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, National Institute of Technology, Nagaland. Thank you, sir. May I take the opportunity to invite Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman, International Conference on Science and Technology and Engineering 2023, to felicitate Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur. Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman, ICSTE 2023, to felicitate Professor Surender Kumar, ex-professor, BIT Mesra, Delhi. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman, ICSTE 2023, to felicitate Professor Sawan Suman Sinha, IIT Delhi.
He will join late.
Okay. It's my pleasure to request Dr. Ahibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman, International Conference on Science and Technology and Engineering 2023, to felicitate Dr. Sohini Banerjee, the Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management, Kolkata.
Madam,
Okay. May I request Dr. Ahibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023 to felicitate Shri D.S. Chaudhary, Executive Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, Imphal. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Ahibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023 to felicitate Shri Atul Kumar Colonel, Commanding Officer, Border Road Task Force. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Ahibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023 to felicitate Shri Ajit Pratap Singh, Deputy Chief Engineer, Construction Division 4, Northeast Frontier Railway. Okay, he hasn't come yet. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to invite our President, Chief Guest, and Guest of Honor to inaugurate the function by lighting up the lamp. Moving forward, I would like to request Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman ICSTE 2023, to deliver a welcome speech and set the context by giving the scope of the conference. Sir, please.
Good morning to all. Our chief guest who will be joining shortly. So, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, chief guest for today's function. We welcome you, sir. You are the source of inspiration for all of us and helping us and NIT Manipur in all the way. Thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Sri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, guest of honor for today's function. We welcome you, sir. You have come all the way from Delhi at short notice. Thanks for accepting our invitation and supporting us in the conference financially. Our Department of Civil Engineering and NHIDCL Office Imphal are working in close coordination to resolve the technical challenges faced by NHIDCL Imphal. Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, NIT Nagaland, special guest for today's function. We welcome you, sir. Thanks for accepting our invitation and supporting the conference financially. You have been constantly supporting us for the development of NIT Manipur. Thank you, sir. Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, President of today's function. We welcome you, sir. International conference is your idea. You have been constantly guiding and motivating us at every stage of the conference. Thank for your support, sir. Sri D.S. Chaudhary, Executive Director, NHIDCL Imphal, we also welcome you for supporting all the way and working in close coordination with the NIT Manipur. Sri Atul Kumar, Commanding Officer, 25 BRTF, we also welcome. Sri Ajit Pratap Singh, Deputy Chief Engineer, Construction Division for Northeast Frontier Railway. He could not come, but we also welcome him. We also welcome our sponsors, NHIDCL, NIT Nagaland, NIT Arunachal Pradesh, NIT Silchar, Mastersoft, BRTF, NEFR, elsewhere, and Bank of Baroda for their generous support. Without their support, it would have not been possible for us to organize the conference in such a grand way. I also welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Bharat Daya from Thailand, Professor Manoj Gupta, National University of Singapore, Dr. Sanjit Kumar Devedi, he is from Denmark, Professor Surendra Kumar, former Professor BIT Mesra Ranchi, Professor Savan Kumar Sinha, IIT Delhi, Dr. Sohini Banerjee, IIS WBM Kolkata. I also welcome Registrar, Deans, HODs, officers, organized committee members and all the participants. On the behalf of organizing committee members and NIT Manipur, I welcome every one of you who is present here either physically or virtually. We also welcome persons from the print and electronic media. We received 316 abstract for 5 branches of engineering and 3 branches of science. 260 papers were submitted, out of which 170 papers were found suitable for presentation after the review. 77 participants have registered for the physical mode and 93 participants have registered in the virtual mode. So, virtual mode also participants, they are attending this inauguration function. We have participants from all over the country, also from the premier institutions like IITs, NITs, and we also have the international participation. There are 6 keynote addresses, 4 sessions, each in parallel and in each in physical and virtual mode simultaneously for 8 departments of NIT Manipur. I am sure all the participants will be benefited from the keynote speech and deliberations. Thank you all coming to this place. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable speech. Now, I would like to request Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, National Institute of Technology, Nagaland, to address the inaugural session. Sir, please.
Respected guest of honor of the day, Honorable Minister of State for Education as well as External Affairs, Professor R.K. Ranjan Singh, Mr. Sanjal Kumar, Managing Director of NHDCL, the guest of honor of the day, Professor Gautam Sutardar, President of the function as well as the Director of NIT Manipur, my dear friend, Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, the convener and chief organizer, chairman of this conference, and Mr. Professor Dinamani Singh, co-convener, and respected dignitaries and keynote speakers, delegates and officials of NHTL, faculty of this institute and participants, and authorities of North Frontier Railway, and my dear students, warm welcome as well as good morning to all. Indeed, I am more thankful and grateful to Professor Gautam Sutardar as well as the authorities of the NIT Manipur for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference as well as to be present on this wonderful day, on this day. Thank you, sir, for this. So the international conference is the first international conference being organized, particularly in the recent topic of science, technology and engineering here. You see that is apt. We require the Northeast, we are finding a difficulty for the connectivity. Earlier days in metal age, we have got good connectivity road from Singapore, if you take from Malaysia to Istanbul, very good road was there. During metal age, people carried tin and zinc from Malaysia and came to Udaipur, and they make copper, and that has been copper and brass that has been taken to Europe. That is a very great metal road was there because of abandon, because of the connectivity poor. Then we made a Silk Road. Silk Road is from Tibet to South India. Then that also some political reason that it has been abandoned. Then that road was a problem. Then third road we got through Khyber. When Yuan Swang traveled, when Harshavardhan was there, but he could not connect this northeast, he has to terminate and go to South India through that road. For this, Malikaburg has made a very good connectivity between Delhi to South India. But later than Sarsagan Saga has made a Grand Southern Trunk Road, Northern Southern Trunk Road from Calcutta to Kanyakumari and Calcutta to Kabul. So this connectivity is always debated. So it's apt first for any scientific breakthrough or anything. We wrote a communication road because travel and reading makes the man perfect. So is the apt time to call right persons for this conference as a managing the first international conference. First we require road, then only connectivity will be established and the knowledge can be traveled and business can be made. So thank you, sir. And today he is given astonishing information. The budget is about 200 more kilometers per day. That is the target. It is very, actually we will support that endeavor. But you know, making road in Northeast, particularly in Nagaland, Manipur and all, we know the difficulties. So many other issues are there. Even though they are doing, we thank NHDCL as well as North Frontier Railway for working for us, the community. Thank you so much, sir. I hope that this will continue with the NIT's efforts so that both can be collaborate together, make this successful. That is coming to the point of science, technology and engineering. We are very much advanced in science, even primitive age. In many of our epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, and prior to that also, Rigvedas and all, we have got very good scientific ideas in the earth. Indians only have postulated first the cyclic calendar system by scientific observations. When our professors were at the time told regarding that constellation and all, earth is not stationary, earth is revolving against the sun, people have accepted throughout the globe and came to, from that Mahabharata period, came to cyclic system. Where the same in modern scientific world, when Galileo proposed the same, lot of objection had come, somehow he could went. And always they will quote Newton for theory of theory of gravity, gravitational forces and all, but he has thought over gravitational forces, whereas in Ramayana there is a clear citation, the principle of thrust, how to work against gravity, that is the first spacecraft description has been given. So we are advanced, but due to some of the reasons, the political reasons, we have been gone to from scientific and technological era to service sector. That during after industrialization, we have been used for exporting goods, particularly silk and cotton to Europe. So from the production to trade we came, that is small depression. And First World War I and First World War II, Second World War, as well as that Industrial Revolution, we are unable to exploit the benefits of industries. This IT era, we have done very well, and coming out, now only our people are feeling that how the invention and innovativeness is required. That's what this NEP has been developed to create to nurture the creativity among the students so that innovation can be possible and we can be the front leaders in the world. So they are working to that India is progressing. All support is being given from this institute, particularly these higher institutes of higher learning. You take that in Northeast, when these new institutes are there, NIT Manipur and NIT Nagaland, NIT Mizoram, all 10 years old. But normally what the institutes, the first IITs are being set up, they completely duplicated the Westerners. That's if you take IIT Madras, even the building design also from Germany, the same. But in Northeast, what we should do, we should not repeat. We should start, because already whatever the available in mainland, we should not repeat. We should be at par with other international level. That's why the starting itself international conference, I thank the faculty as well as the director for their vision, clear vision in the exploratory research. We are now the research coming this is taking care of the some of the problem solving, that is one side, and another we have to work for exploratory research which is going to be the lives in our lives, dominating in our lives in 2040 or 2060. The important is very, very important. You see, don't go for the backdated technology. Now, whatever the available in Europe, don't go for problem solving. We have to go for exploratory research. You see, another 5 years, the revolutionary will be coming. The more gadgets towards robotics, battery operated vehicles, nanomaterials and 3D printing technologies are coming up. So people have to work for that. After 2060, completely environmental progressively coming. So nanomaterials and environments are going to rule. So the research should be towards direction instead of repeating the earlier one or else duplicating the research in other part of our country. Please don't do. Even this NIT is all been established with this thinking, and we are interested in promoting the research which is useful for in the year of 2040 or 2060. So all the researchers, you please keep in mind, you do that, and current researchers, you please work in advanced fields of artificial intelligence, IoT, and then this robotics, automation, nanomaterials. That is the requirement. I hope that many of the papers are concerning to this, and we will surely make the facilities for that. Definitely we will do. You orient your research towards that direction. And very important in research is pattern and result in not value. One is making money, it is different, but useful at the society. It should be a breakthrough. Good science only produces good technology. You see, when aluminum was there first discovered, first synthesized, Louis XIV, he has got his crown in aluminum. Then that time no electrolysis process. You came for the electrolysis process is a breakthrough, then aluminum became the cheapest material. So all the research lead you to a breakthrough. It is not that I have saved 10 rupees, not 20 rupees like that. If you take nanomaterials, with this bulb, whatever there, with the 12 gold atoms, complete room can be illuminated. So like that, that breakthrough should come. That is more important. Even we cannot expect that all the researchers should lead to breakthrough. Many of the science innovations are there. Only good science will make good technology. Out of the good technology, only for engineering, a few only will come. Engineering means standardization. Many of the technologies are there, but it cannot be standardized. That's why we are finding it difficult. Because whatever the road where the standard or railways we are putting in plain land may not be suitable here. We have to make that a different way. So that another aspect of the research. So any research you are doing leading to standardization, final for use. Without standardization, it is not useful, but it's an academic interest only. So we want good science. Then next is good technology. Then engineering practice. The engineering practice means standardization. That is more important. Normally we will be not concentrating on standardization. That is the one weakness for us. And now is the standardization more difficult because now instead of going for bulk production, we are going for batch production. That is the problem. So these are all the issues already discussed. Many are there. With this mind, we can do. And this conference, I have seen large collection of papers, and many of the scientists of different backgrounds are participating in the exchange, and a good number of papers in modeling. That experimentation is not there. I hope that the participants will professionally rewarding by attending or participating in this conference. I wish you all the best for the young researchers to come up their life and make new products for the welfare of our society. I once again thank the authorities of NIT Manipur for organizing the event of first international conference. I hope this will become a series of conference, and every 2 years we can meet and discuss so that we can take our field in advanced level so that it can be useful for the society in large and all the mankind as a whole. Thank you so much. Finally, I wish you all the best, and please work in the research, concentrate, spend more time in research, and make more invention and innovative ideas. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Now I will request Dr. Anil Kumar Biri to share his experience about the research. Dr. Viru, please.
Honorable Director Sir and Chief Guest of this function is about to arrive, and Guest of Honor and Director NIT Nagaland. Yeah, I am so happy to be share the moments where our team was working for this conference. From the day of the conference, when the senior faculty members we met, we want to organize the conference, because our main objective is that every departments come together and share their interdisciplinary concepts, and they can work together. Now electronics can work towards mechanical, computer science can work towards electrical. So these were our main objective for this Science Tech conference. So we had, to come to this form of materialization. Really, the tireless efforts of the committee members, each and everything, under the leadership of our Dean Academics and the chairman of this conference. And the backbone is our director, sir, is there. Because, I really, learned from him is that small things also, he'll take it, very seriously and make the things very fruitful. Because, sometimes as a young faculty, we will ignore some of the things. But, we can learn the things, because the small things, makes the matter. So, and the time punctuality of our director and the way he works, really I learned a lot for these things. Regarding the conference, we have been working with hybrid mode of things. Some people, because already our NAT Nagaland director has shared about the roadways, how, it was first time I was, listening from the where the, how the roadways are conducted towards the international level. So, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, so with G20 summit, we are the one who have been, emerging the things. So, for this conference, you can have a good time with the departments, head HODs and the senior faculties, and we have worked with MOUs with IITs, and recently with NITs also, and recently we have tied up with the NAT Nagaland. So we want to cater the things. So every time when we look about the Northeast, people hesitate to think, "Arey, udhar kaun jayega?" But when we see here, we can ambient see, natural things. You can grow up. Okay, I was there since 2014. I was the from there. We can do much things are there. So many people, in India, many people will think that okay, they want to go for developed states like South India, North India, Delhi, metropolitan cities. But where there is lagging, we have to start from that. Okay, that is the where we have opportunity. If everybody will work, but working here, making the things fruitful, that makes the country go forward. If everybody thinks that okay, I want to stay in a metropolitan city, so there is no point. We will not meet here the just 120 kilometers from the border of Myanmar. So our NAT also progressing a lot under the leadership of Honorable Director Sir. We have been come to the 108 rank. By grace of God, we may get below 100. It is my prayer and my wish. So the rank is about to come. The perception also, they have already made the perceptions. So we can see here. We can see our NAT. Among the other NATs, after NAT Silchar, NAT Agartala. Okay, they were started long back. After Meghalaya, it is very connected towards the Gauhati, and towards mainland city. That is why that is exponentially is growing. I was sharing to Director Sir, why can't we par with like the Northeast top NAT? Yes, we can do. The only thing is that he said that collectively we have to do. Okay, one person cannot make everything beautiful, but when we make collectively, then things will go. Now we can know our chairman of this conference. We had several meetings with the things making the for accommodation purpose, making the travel plan and how the things are there. Pursuing of the conference, it's now I can see the joy of the conference where we are meeting here. Now we have been discussing and I really see about Sir Surendra Sir is our Director Sir guide. So such great people, where it is very hard to get it. Now Sir also will be there for the conference, so we can share his experiences. if time permits, you can discuss with sir and we can share the inputs, because mainly what happens, getting the experience of our own makes us, one type of structure, and when we add the experience of the experienced people, how they have gone through their research, how they have gone through their life, how they balance the things, that makes the makes the very fruitful. That is very much important, because once sometimes some may be hard in telling, some may be soft in telling, but we have to accept everything for the good things, for the good purpose. So about this conference, please have good time here for the conference. If you have any doubts, we have the team are there, team is there. So our senior faculty members and the committee members are there. We are ready to cater the things. And after the conference also, if you have any type of collaborative research, we are here to collaborative research we are willing to do. So that part we can work it out. So because academic is very small. Okay, we know academics connects very easily. So I wish that the conference will be fruitful, sir, under the chairmanship of and also Dean Academics of Professor Rajesh Bhushan, sir. I was so privileged to work with him and the team members also. So that made me to part of this conference, and our NIT Nagaland director also, I was keenly observing his speech word by word. So I learned a lot, sir, from your word. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving this. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Our chief guest of today's function, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, have joined us, and I would like to thank him for gracing the occasion with his presence. On behalf of National Institute of Technology, Manipur, I would like to welcome Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, as chief guest of today's function, and request to take the seat on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now may I take the opportunity to invite Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, to felicitate Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to invite our President, Chief Guest, and Guest of Honor to inaugurate the function by lighting up the lamp. Hey. Thank you, sir. May I request our President, Chief Guest, and Guest of Honor of today's function to release the abstract. Thank you, sir. Now may I have a pleasure to invite our guest of honor of today's function, Sri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation, to share a few words. Sir, please.
Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh ji, Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur, Director NIT Nagaland, other researchers and students who have come from all over the country, faculty of NIT Imphal, Manipur, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the organizers and director NIT Manipur for inviting me on this occasion. National Highway Infrastructure Development Corporation was created in 2014 with a mandate to be a specialized agency to do highway construction work in hilly and border areas of the country. So, National Highway Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, we make national highways in Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, part of Uttarakhand, Sikkim, entire Northeast, Andaman and Nicobar, and part of northern West Bengal. We make approximately 12 to 1300 kilometers of road every year. And you know that construction of highways in a hilly area of northeastern states, it's a challenge of its own. And that is why this specialized agency was created. The amount of effort, resources you take in creating 1 kilometer of road in northeast is equal to 10 kilometer of road or more in plain area. You have the challenges of sinking zones, you have the challenge of slope stabilization, you have the challenges of poor geology of the area. Under these difficult circumstances and challenging circumstances, NHIDCL, we construct roads. So today's conference topic of science, technology and engineering, this international conference, this is very topical for us. We know the importance of technology, finding innovative solutions to these problems. For example, in northeast area, finding aggregate is a problem. We don't have aggregate in Tripura, you don't have aggregate in Andaman Nicobar. So what do? So then you have a chemical which can be used for soil stabilization. use that technology. Similarly, you have many innovative products for slope stabilization. When you cut a road in a mountainous area, you destabilize the slopes. So you have to stabilize them. So there are many innovative products in the country which we use to stabilize the slope. Similarly, we use innovative products of ultra high performance concrete, cement, modular bridges. There are many technological products which we use and will keep on using it, because you see the new and new challenges that we face in northeastern area. It requires innovative, meaningful and workable solution. And that is why we appreciate the value of such conferences. We have entered into MOU with many IITs, NITs and research organizations, Central Road Research Institute, a Structural Engineering Research Center, and many IITs and NITs. We give them the problem of the construction of national highways, and with their collaboration, with their suggestion, with their expertise, we find an innovative solution for the problem. This is a continuous engagement with the research engineering organizations and institutes. When we talk about this conference, I'm sure that all the sessions which you will have will be very useful. It will open you to the concepts, research, ideas which are being propagated or researched upon in other parts of the world. You take your ideas from there and then improve upon it. You know, when Honorable Prime Minister talked about ease of doing business, he also talked about ease of living, which means we should use science, technology and engineering and research to make lives better for ordinary citizens of the world. Your research should be focused on such products which make it useful for the people. What Mahatma Gandhi said was, the actions and policies of government and our organization, it should pass the fitness test of being of substantial use to the poorest of the poor and the marginalized society, which means that all our endeavors should be to find products, to find solutions, to innovate so that we make the lives of ordinary man simpler. He should be able to access health care better. He should have better access to financial inclusion. He should have better participation in the digital economy. And these are precisely the areas where government is very focused. We always look upon researchers and such institutes to give us ideas of how to do this in a much simpler way, in a much more optimal and efficient way. So my expectation from today's and tomorrow's conference proceedings is that you try to see the problems of the people and try to give a solution so that we make their lives easy. Ultimately, the end product of any research organization is it should make our lives easier. For example, if you see the IT sector, India's IT sector is well developed and recognized all over the world. Some small products which you have seen only in the recent 10 years or so is, for example, Zomato, Swiggy, Ola, Uber. Many of these products you see how it has made our lives much more simpler. You can travel anywhere. You can order food at 1 p.m. or at 1 a.m. at night with equal ease. It has given employment to many people and has also optimized the use of resources. It has broken the monopoly of big players and has made many things accessible to common man. This should be the purpose of our research and our ideas. As I said, we have MOU with NIT, Manipur and many institutes. We encourage their students to come to our site to see the practical experience of executing a large project. Many of the students, we have sent them to Jojila tunnel. It's a 13-kilometer plus tunnel, very ambitious tunnel. But once you go and see the project, you will realize the intricacies, the number of processes involved for any civil engineering student or a mechanical engineering student or even an electrical student, because it has a good MEP system also. Going and seeing a project will give you many more life experience and lessons than you could possibly get in 2 or 3 classes. So we always encourage students from all over the country to come to our project, see the project, suggest if there is some optimization that can be done, or take lessons from there to be a good person. So our focus should be to do research which is focused in giving better access and better care and making life easier for everyone. We have a 50% presence of women and girls in the society. They should be made part of this journey. Gender parity in research is very important. It is the happiest news that in the last 7 or 8 years, we have increased the participation of girl students in the NITs, IITs. Now you see 20%, 30%. It was not so in our times. When I passed in 1990 in BTech from IIT Kanpur, we had less than 3 or 4% of girls' participation. And it used to be the norm. Now you have 20% more, 25% or more, which is a very good scene. But if we make gender parity and try to take it to 50%, then it will be optimal utilization of our resources. They are there, they should be used, they should be involved. And we should take affirmative and proactive actions to see that their participation in research is increased to that level. Honorable Prime Minister has always been saying that we should research to make products so as to become Swavalambi, Atmanirbhar, which means that the products which we use, if we have the capability, we should develop them on their own rather than getting them from outside. There are many chemicals, for example, I talked about soil stabilization. Some of the chemicals are used which we import from outside. So we encouraged. And then we found that some entrepreneur in India, they developed new chemicals, a better chemical in fact for soil stabilization, and we are using that. So that should be the focus. We should make better products, use our knowledge, use our resources to make better products for our situation, because we know the situation better. We know the local ground reality better, and we are in a suited position to find a solution for that. So we should do that. One point I will ask all of you to keep in mind is sustainability. Any product, any solution that you give should be sustainable. It should not make life worse by destabilizing the environmental balance that we have. You have seen the situation in Uttarakhand. If we do too much of tampering with nature without taking adequate precaution, there can be consequences. So our solution should be a sustainable solution. It should not be something off the cuff which you can do for 2 years and then we can forget about it. No. The solution, the research which you give should have a long-term consequence and should be of use in the long term. So that sustainability is very important, and this you should see. For example, when you talk about electric vehicle, it's a hybrid vehicle. It is a solution for the fossil fuel vehicle. We should try and see that more and more of such technology is developed and utilized in our country. Disaster mitigation is a very important part of the nature nowadays. For all of us, it is important that we use technology for disaster mitigation. You have seen sinking zones, sliding zones, disaster of earthquake, disaster of flood, and we are trying to make products which will overcome, which will be resistant to these issues. So this should also get our due attention, and we should also incorporate some of the solutions in this. In IT sector, in artificial intelligence, machine learning, nanotechnology, these things you are doing, this we know, this you guys are doing. But then we should also find some solution for the problems which common mass, which we face in our day-to-day lives. Once again, I thank the organizer for calling me here. I hope the 2 days international conference and all its sessions, it will be useful for you. You will have a nice experience or an exchange of ideas with your counterparts from all over the world. And our expectation is you will give us some product which we can use in our own system, which means in highway construction, for me, for someone who is in power sector, if you could give us a better product of how to do better transmission, how to reduce the transmission loss. For computer, if you can make some product which can be of great use in nanotechnology or in artificial intelligence, that will be fine. But the ethical aspects should also be kept in mind. You have seen the pernicious effect of some of the technology which were used. So the ethical aspect of AI should also be kept in mind. I once again thank all of you and thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to address you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. Now may I request our chief guest of today's function, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, to share his valuable thoughts. Sir, please.
At the very outset, I apologize for the delay caused by some urgent matters in the virtual meeting of the national level, so I could not maintain the timing given to me. For that, I apologize all of you. Professor Gautam Sutardharji, Director NIT Manipur, and Dr. Venugopal, Director NIT Nagaland, and Shri Chanchal Kumar, MD NISIDCL, and distinguished delegates and friends and students. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here with you all in this first international Conference on Science and Engineering 2023, organized by the National Institute of Technology, Manipur, during this 17th and 18th February 2023. This conference will provide a new platform for conversion of academicians, researchers, scientists, engineering, technocrat, and social scientists for sharing their thoughts, ideas of innovation for the growth of the country and also to uplift our country at par at the global standard. In this context, I'm very happy to mention something about the National Education Policy 2020. This education policy, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, a complete and total transformation of education system of the country. It has a link with our wisdom of the ancient values and tradition, and to this modern science and technology and space to have the well convergence in this the education system. And perhaps new education policy or national education policy 2020, giving main trust to research and innovation. For that, the current budget of 2023 provide a huge scope for education and research. And over and above, under this national policy, we have already formalized the National Research Foundation, NRF, to look into the advanced studies and research in the country and to collaborate with the advanced nations of the globe. Perhaps all of us also well aware that we have a big dreams about the digital university, and for that we already assigned the tasks to IIT Madras, Kanpur, Delhi, and some of the renowned IIT of the nations. And also India, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, we are hoping for digital empowered nation, and through that digital economy, we want to be the leader of the globe. And for that, today's international conference is must, I think, such kind of international conference of sharing thoughts and innovation is must of this present age. And also, in the education systems, we are providing skilling, reskilling, and upskilling in collaboration or in conversation with all the premier institutions of the country, and so that a complete and total revolution and structural revolution of our education system. And through that, the product of this national education policy, certainly they are ready for the 21st century. They are all employables. They are all the conceptually clear citizens of the country we are trying. Perhaps these days is the age of cutting edge of technology. We should not confine to the traditions, and what are the new emergence things has to be tied up, and perhaps by this conference will address all these issues. Particularly, even in my external affairs, very recently we opened a division. That division is looking after the critical and emerging technology. What are the critical and emerging technology is already evolved in different nations of the globe, that we have to collaborate with them and have a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, and so that we have to exchange the views and ideas. For that also I would like to refer to the national education policy. We are liberalizing to have the internationalization of higher education and research. Perhaps in this context, I'm very happy to mention that the India's IIT and NIT are the cream institution of this nation. They were all admired by different nations, and they request our NITs and IITs to have an outsourcing in their country. They like it, and that means perhaps all of us also well aware that many of our IITs and NITs are unicorn now. They are the innovators. Even the space, even all these during the COVID, during the 9 months, how we could produce this vaccine, 2 vaccines. And these are all depend on the technology and innovation given by the technocrat and researchers. So in this age, the critical and emerging technology and also data science and quantum computer, perhaps during this course of 2 days, you will address this properly. In the meantime, I belongs to the State Minister of Education looking after the IITs, NITs, and IIITs, so on and so forth. In compared to other institutions of the NITs located in different part of the country, and compared to my state, I feel somewhat depressed in my interest. So it should be geared up for that possible help I will extend from my side. I also know that because of the common entrance examinations for admissions, this institution also get number of students from different states. But our tragedy is that there is no proper hostel accommodation for the girls and boys. And even I was told that some of the excellent faculty members who joined this university and left after few months or others because of the lack of accommodation of the quarters and so on, and even the water supply and other. These things are lagging far behind. So I appeal the honorable director of these institutions. Of course, he is pursuing. I met him in Delhi also. I will support him, and please put up that thing. Perhaps your project, some of the project is trying to be released. So these are some of the lacunas so that we could not attract the best faculty. I didn't say that our existing faculty is not bad, is not good, but all are good. But over and above, I expect many more talented and interested faculty persons should also join to this university if we could provide the infrastructure and proper system and proper ecosystem for them. And also I am very happy to learn that many of our NIT students are placement in some of the prestigious institutions, and it's a very encouraging. People might have thought, oh, this NIT, the building is clumsy and the area has not developed, but our institution, with the effort of our faculty members and the community of this NIT, they could produce a quality students, and that's why prestigious companies and others, they selected our students. And this is one of the best example. And I hope, I request the director, please continue and gear up the momentum of our students and the talents. Of course, I also know that you are not able to give the proper facility because of the financial crunch. And then even then, your effort and community effort is appreciated. So with these few words, I'm very happy to be here and also thankful to the organizer for inviting me to have the chance to see all of my distinguished the delegates and friends and students. So with these few words, I hope your discourse will certainly bring a new ideas and new innovative ideas, and new things will come up. Lastly, but not the least, taking the advantage of the NIDCL, our prime ministers always speaking about the sabke saath, sabke vikas, sabke the prayers. This is totally based on the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goal. No one should be left behind, and that is the mantra. And also this mantra is used by our Prime Minister with the feelings of nationalism. So there is a lot of gap, particularly in Northeast India, more specifically in Manipur. The first mile and the last mile, there is a huge gap. And this gap is mainly created by the lack of infrastructure and lack of proper infrastructure, particularly the connectivity. Connectivity means surface connectivity. I know our geographical landscape and fragile geological character, I know it, but taking the advantage of today's seminar, why didn't you try to innovate? Say, for example, the extreme climax, the China could build the rail line up to Tibet. Why we are slowing? Is it because of our technological level, or because of the innovative ideas is somewhat to gear up? So in this context, perhaps Nitin Gadkari all the time talked to me also and said that now in some of the express highways and corridors, you have already provided the fiber optics to find out the damages, to find out the unwanted consequences happen in the highway. That has to be through the help of your AI. These are all developed. Why not to Northeast India? Perhaps you know that this area is seismologically active and also geologically fragile. So while you are the surveying and the modeling the road, please consider all these things to adjust with our local specific issues. So if you provide goods, of course I appreciate Imphal to More, you have excellently developed this road. It's fantastic. So we can move like that. Then even in, the now Nitin Gadkari is innovative, and he always thinking about that. I also requested about the new border road also to deliver the last mile, the villages. So these are some of the national issues, and also the specifically Northeastern India has specific issues, and that in addition to that, I hope this seminar will produce at least some kind of innovative and technologically suitable to this area. With this few words, once again I thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech. Now I would like to take the opportunity to invite Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director, NIT Manipur, to deliver the presidential speech. Sir, please.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Education and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, NHIDCL, Professor Venugopal, Director, NIT Nagaland, and other two directors may be in the line, Director, NIT Arunachal, and Director, NIT Silchar. Distinguished keynote speakers, guests, participants, faculty members, registrars and other officers, press and media present here. The inauguration of the first international conference on science and technology and engineering at NIT Manipur is indeed a historical and happy occasion for all of us. NIT Manipur today is not just an institute of national importance, but it is also in the global map. It has emerged as a strong force of science and technology and also humanities. Today is the era of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other scientific and technological advancements every single day. NIT Manipur, due to its incessant diligence of the faculty and staff, has emerged as a key player, not just in Northeast, but in India as well. The international conference is an effort to assimilate the highest developments in science and technology from all the corners of the globe. It is also about the spreading of the word about the excellent research and academic innovations being incessantly put in by the NIT Manipur family. We don't want to live in isolation today, but share our best ideas, thereby appreciating each other's technological advances and reaping culture dividends from best practices from all over the world. ICST 23 NIT Manipur believes that excellence is empowering, not distancing, and not elicit today's concerns with the national education policy as mentioned by Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, conceived towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. There is no doubt about it. We are not here to pull up the drawbridge on the ivory tower, but to explore a perix of global good practices. This international conference will be a melting pot of new ideas from young scientists and engineers to making way for collaborative science and humanities. The global visibly given by the international conference will also pave the way for more financing for our research and projects. The purpose of this international conference is also a part of NIT Manipur's commitment to delivering social and economic impact as part of the unwritten social contract with our society. We are looking forward to deep science and fruitful conversations during the 2 days of conference. Science and technology and humanities research development pursuit of the NIT Manipur works on as a family, as an institute of scientific excellence. NIT Manipur is now on a global platform for the exchange of ideas. We are really proud to have amongst us with Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. I never forget his support for preparing our revised detailed project report, which is, I think, about to approved by the Ministry of Education. He has helped me a lot, but I am sure that within 2 years, this institute get funds for the capital head, and we will go further for the facilities like administrative building, hostels, and other related facilities. And I really, in line of Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, that yes, sir, we are going to implementing of NEP 2020, and I hope that we are going for the all people are acting towards the digital India. We all are hoping so, and I am very confident that NIRF ranking 2023 will be definitely within 100 best engineering colleges of India. And I just want to mention, sir, that last year in 2022, we have filed almost 12 to 13 patents, okay, and the number of patents is going on increasing. It has started from 3, then 8, then 12, 13 like that. So we hope that this year also will continue with the patents. As Mr. Chanchal Kumar told that yes, institutes can only carry the legacy of any idea for making new products, because institutes are there, for NITs, IITs and other institutes are there. For your information, just for example, I just invite my guide. I am here. My student is also professor, he also came here from Calcutta. And his student, PhD student also here. So 4 generations we are here almost. So this is the legacy we can bring. This is the thing we can bring to the next generation. Our thinking, thoughts, everything we can carry forward to the next generation. So this is the way. This is the beauty of any educational institute. So I am really very much thankful to Sri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, NHIDCL. We have actually make MOU with NHIDCL in January or December, I cannot remember the date. But the thing is that with that, our MTech, BTech, PhD students now collaborate with them. They are going in the field to see the exact flavor of the field. So I am very much sure that in coming days, the institute will go to sign up with different MOUs with institutes as well as industries. And this is the only way to go forward. We institute cannot be isolated. I cannot do the research within the 4 walls. We should go out of the 4 walls and see how we can do the best for our society. So this should be our motto. So thank you, Mr. Chanchal Kumar, for coming here and giving us a best support for this international seminar workshop. I wholeheartedly salute the work output by the Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman, ICST, and his team. I convey my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Professor S. Venugopal, Director NIT Nagaland, and other directors of NIT who have also given some financial support to show this international conference. I also convey my deepest appreciation to the brilliant team and hard-working administration that worked non-stop 24/7 to make today's international conference success. NIT Manipur has set an example to the rest of the world by organizing this kind of conferences with many, many constants. I can say with the certainty that NIT Manipur will emerge as a crown jewel and the new treasure of the scientific community. I hope that innovation which we started in 2018 September, our innovation center should be come up with new dimensions for the next decade, next years. For that, your participation, young professors, faculty members, and other PhD scholars, they should come forward to move the innovation, because that is our main objective, and that is why interdisciplinary, what in NEP 2020 is telling, you have to you are mechanical, electrical, civil, that barrier are already broken. The basic theme of the NEP 2020, what I understood, that it must be interdisciplinary subject, interdisciplinary students, interdisciplinary institute. Okay, so Government of India thought that yes, per district there should be one interdisciplinary institute to be there by 2035. 2035 there must be at least one interdisciplinary college. There should be no engineering, no medical, nothing. It will be interdisciplinary. That is what we have started. We have started that students from BTech level, they could take the elective subject from mechanical to computer, computer to electronics, and we also started the project, interdisciplinary project, first BTech and then MTech. Then we are trying also in PhD. It was there, but BTech level we have started just to follow the NEP 2020. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind. Once again, thank you, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Mr. Chanjan Kumar, and Dr. Venugopal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Going ahead with the program, we would present mementos to the dignitaries as a token of gratitude. May I request Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur, to present the memento to Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India. I would like to request Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur, to present the memento to Shri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development Corporation. May I request Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur, to present the memento to Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, National Institute of Technology, Nagaland. Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to request Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman ICSTE 2023, to present the memento to Dr. Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, Chairman ICSTE 2023, to present the memento to Professor Surender Kumar, ex-Professor BIT Mesra, Delhi. Thank you, sir. May I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Ahaibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023, to present the memento to Dr. Sohini Banerjee, IISWBM, Kolkata. May I request Dr. Ahaibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023, to present the memento to Shri D.S. Chaudhary, Executive Director, National Highway and Infrastructure Development and Corporation Limited, Imphal. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Ahaibam Dinamani, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023, to present the memento to Atul Kumar Colonel, Commanding Officer, 25 BRTF. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Ahaibam Dinamani Singh, Co-Chairman ICSTE 2023, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a historic day for National Institute of Technology, Manipur, and I deem it privilege to be proposing the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion, which is the culmination of expendable effort by each and everyone. On behalf of NIT Manipur fraternity, I would like to thank Dr. R.K. Ranjan, Honorable Minister of State for Education and External Affairs, Government of India, for accepting to be the chief guest of the inaugural function of the first international conference on science, technology and engineering, ICSTE 2023. Sir, your varied experience has always been a guiding force, and today was no exception either. I am fairly certain that your incisive words today will help us in starting a novel course for the researchers in the days to come. Sir, your address will inspire us to reshape our vision and help us develop new strategies to meet the expectations and goals with dignity and discipline. I would also like to thank the guest of honor, Sri Chanchal Kumar, Managing Director, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation. Sir, your words of encouragement for the participants and the August gathering will have a long-lasting effect. I believe the seed of taking challenge positively and to excel in the field that we have chosen is shown. This will guide us through thick and thin. I look forward to having your support and counsel in foreseeable future as well. I would like to thank Dr. S. Venugopal, Director, NIT Manipur, for gracing this function as special guest. Sir, your presence itself is a great motivation for all of us. We always envy your curiosity to explore new scientific domains. I also like to thank our respected keynote speakers, reviewers for reviewing all the submitted papers on time and giving their valuable feedback for the improvement of the submitted papers. I thank other dignitaries who are present here today. We cherish your presence here and humbly accept your gesture of taking some time out to be with us in this afternoon. First of all, the works might look like the effort of a person or two. However, it is the combined and focused effort of all. Our director, sir, Professor Dr. Gautam Sutradhar is the driving force behind all these efforts. I would also like to thank all the deans, head of the departments, the officials and staffs, and the students of different branches and sections of NIT Manipur who are deserving thanks for their untiring efforts in making this event successful. We are all members of an extended family, and like any other events that take place in the family, the support of each one of you has been vital in making this event see the light of the day. I am grateful to all of you. I would also like to thank to our benevolent donors, NSIDCL, NIT Nagaland, NIT Arunachal, NIT Silchar, BRTF, Northeast Frontier Railway, Master Shop, Elsevier, and Bank of Baroda. Without your support, this conference would have remained as a beautiful dream. An event of this magnitude would not have been possible but for the support and synergy of a number of committees, their chairmen, chairpersons, and energetic members who have been untiringly in their effort day and night to see the event progresses in a seamless and devoid of any glitch. I applaud your efforts and thank you for everything you have done to make this possible. My heartiest thanks and congratulations to all the researchers who are going to present their research work during this conference. I want to thank you all for making this conference a grand event that we all can cherish. I would also like to thank the student volunteers for being here, contributing meaningfully towards making this event a success. I would be failing in my duty if I don't thank the member of Press Corps who have assembled here to cover this event. We look forward for your continuous patronage in days to come, and I wish you all the best. I thank you and wish a comfortable stay here at Manipur. Thank you one and all.
Yeah, faculty ID. All faculty members.
Okay, okay.
शायद नहीं है अभी आपके लेक्चर का सीधा लंच है। अच्छा इसीलिए शुरू करना है। यू कैन स्टार्ट।
Moving ahead with the program, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Surendra Kumar, ex-professor, BIT Maestra, India, to deliver the keynote speech. Sir, please.
Somebody should be there. हाँ यहाँ पे वो किया था डाउनलोड. अभी नहीं, बैठ जाओ, 5 मिनट के बाद कर देना, ठीक है? यू बी हियर. हाँ भैया, ठीक है, उसके बाद कर देना. Yeah. Should we start?
Sir, please.
Okay.
इसको लगाते हैं.
अच्छा, 5-7 मिनट के बाद ना फिर आगे बढ़ा देना ना. अभी नहीं, आफ्टर 5 मिनट. इसका तुम्हारा पॉइंट कौन सा है यहाँ पर नेक्स्ट स्लाइड के लिए?
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड
ये ना, तो फिर तो चौथे बार जा रहे हैं कोई. हाँ ठीक है, अभी तो वैसे बोलना.
So you can
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है,
you can see that.
ठीक हो गया. ठीक है, बाद में कर लेना. Okay, let us start. First of all, let me convey my thanks to the organizers who given me a chance to say a few words. Now, virtually what we find, the market all over the world are experiencing rapid changes due to recent advancements in science, technology and engineering. Economic liberalization and globalization are finding greater roots and the expectations of customers are rising alongside. However, survival and economic growth of any country will depend on its productivity. As industries adopt more and more automation, they will assume newer and somewhat different roles than those existed before. Extremely low lead times for introducing new products, shorter product life cycles, fluctuating demand characterize today's business. In view of these changes, old business models that worked well for several decades no longer work effectively, even some are not relevant. The manufacturing industries around the world are suffering due to severe competition, and they have to face the competition. They have to produce quality products, they have to satisfy the things. Now, virtually what happens all over the world, it has become very clear that pollution and degradation of air, water and land, together with wasteful lifestyle involving overconsumption of depleting natural resources, are damaging and even limiting the planetary resource base which are needed for the humankind. Now, virtually what happens for the survival of the human kind, we require natural worlds as well as the built world. Natural world is all our plants, water, resources, etc. And built world, we are making ourselves by using these natural resources and exploiting it. So virtually there is a shortage of these natural resources, and we have to build the balance between the two so that we can enjoy our life. Now actually what happens, the underdeveloped countries, they are saying that the developed countries are using the more resources for their lifestyle. And developed countries, they are saying that underdeveloped countries are using more resources to live their life. So virtually on the globe, one has to take care of the others and try to use the resources and we have to develop the products. And again, you have to start with the development of the products, and then your process, and then manufacturing process, and then the use of the product. All the life cycle has to be analyzed from the sustainable point of view. Now, because time is short, let us skip something. Come to this. Now, virtually this is now come to the slides. Frugal manufacturing system. It is an integrated approach to frugal, green, and agile thinking. And this strategy is towards sustainability. Now, if you talk about the sustainable, we talk about the planets, peoples, and the profit. Here, this frugal approach is for economic development, green is for planet, and agile thinking is for flexibility. We try to combine all the three strategies and come to one. This is a new one, and we have patented this strategy also. Which one here? This one? Now, what we taking? Okay,
इसको कर दीजिए नीचे
अच्छा इससे करें
इसको दबाते हैं
अब तो बैक में जाना होगा एक बार
बैक में जाना तो इसको ऊपर दबा दीजिए
अच्छा चलिए अच्छा now what we try to discuss here is what are the challenges in manufacturing, what are the prevalent manufacturing processes, then what is frugal manufacturing, and then what is the design of the toolkit to measure the performance, and then some case study and results. Now, if we talk about the manufacturing, the process by which raw materials, labor, energy, and equipment are brought together to produce a product which has a greater value and significant contributor of GDP and living standard of a country. And the main motive is to make profit by increasing the productivity and by maximize the output with minimum input. Now we talk about that manufacturing is an art. Now different manufacturing systems, lean manufacturing, it concerned with reducing the wastage present in the system so that we can increase the productivity. Now intelligent manufacturing utilizes the real-time data analysis, AI and machine learning. Just-in-line manufacturing, it produces are created just to meet the demand and there is no storage. Frugal manufacturing, they removes all the various types of waste but on economic background. Green manufacturing uses fewer natural resources, reduces pollution and waste and recycle, etc. And agile manufacturing is responsible for flexibility. Now let us say about frugal manufacturing. Now different types of waste which are present in the process can be named as faulty design, overproduction, rework, waiting, transportation, overprocessing, inventory, motion, defects, etc., etc. Now these are different types of waste which are generally present in the system. Now when you try to analyze the waste, generally what we find that there is a value adding activities, necessary but non-value adding activities and non-value added activities. This is a pure waste, should be removed immediately. And necessary and but non-value adding, they should be removed at a later stage after proper design. Now, in different manufacturing system or strategy, we take frugal manufacturing, green manufacturing, and agile manufacturing. These three together will make frugal. Now, as we are talking about the sustainability, this frugal manufacturing virtually tends towards sustainable manufacturing. Now, manufacturing sustainability relates with the profit, environment, and flexibility. Our frugal is for profit, environment is for green, and flexibility is for agile. That is why we get a frugal manufacturing system. Now, how these three are integrated together? It has the potential to surpass the performance of any other manufacturing system known so far. It can greatly improve the efficiency and reduce the cost. It can transform the existing manufacturing system into a sustainable, eco-friendly, and waste-free manufacturing. It can be used by any industry, maybe small, maybe big, or maybe medium. This is the integrated mechanism of the three. Now, fragile manufacturing system. It examines the manufacturing aspects of the industry, identify the challenges faced by the industry, identify the areas where changes are to be made, design a competitive manufacturing strategy, and then you suggest an effective procedure for implementation of the strategy. Now this is important, please have a look. Whenever we take any manufacturing strategy, now here we are talking about manufacturing strategy, but you take any system, maybe management or in the life anyone. First of all, we have to decide about the key performance areas of that system. Now here in the manufacturing, we have decided about the 9 key performance areas, which are mainly manufacturing process, inventory, transportation, product engineering, quality management, management commitment, purchase material, employee behavior, and customer behavior. Now here, for each performance area, we have to decide about the performance objectives. On the second table, if you look out here, by taking a particular case study, we have decided that for a manufacturing process, total performance areas are 40. Out of this, 15 are given to the frugal, 13 are given to agile, and 12 are given to green. Similarly, each performance area have been given performance objectives, which are mentioned on the table. Please have a look. It may be useful for the projects. Each subsystem has been carefully distributed in different performance objectives, right? Should I go ahead? Then each key performance area and objective, we have to rate them. Rating will be from 1 to 5. If it is not adequate, you can give 1. If the response is poor, you can give 2. If the response is good, 3, very good, 4, and excellent, 5. This is the formula we discussed how to use. Now, if you look, we are starting with case study. You take that first performance area. In frugal manufacturing, we are given 15 performance objectives. And these performance objectives, we have rated, we are given some star. Somewhere in the column 1, somewhere in the column 2. It means these are the number assigned to different performance objectives. Now here, there are 15 objectives. If all are doing well, so points go to them will be 75. 15 to 5, 75. But each performance objective is divided into 1, 2, 3 like this. You have to add them. Somewhere 2, 3, 4. Say if it is coming to 45 or 25% maybe. The performance of this particular object will be 25 divided by 75. It means the efficiency is only 30%. Okay. Likewise, this is for the first one, frugal thinking. Same objective, for agile thinking, same performance area. Here we have taken 13 performance objectives. Again, we have to rate them. Total will be 65, and this total will come something, 30 or 35, divide them, it will be a performance objective. And then similarly we can go to the third one, the green thinking. Here we have taken 12. Now these performance objectives can vary in number depending upon the type of industry or type of improvement you like. All right, try to understand. Now these three, we have got certain performance objective of all the three. We add, say some is 0.5, some 0.3, some 0.2. You add all the three together and divide by 3, it will give you the total performance of the first subsystem. Similarly, you have to go for the second subsystem, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Now, why did the... All right, now we go to next case study. Sorry. So this is first. Now, when we have taken all the three together, add them. So then we have chosen some performance objectives where we can improve them. And then you have to calculate for the improved performance objective. What we find that at the initial, our performance area came as 0.568, that is around 56%. Then performance cannot be done at one stage. It may be first stage, second stage, third stage, and you can take different performance objectives for improvement. Now here, in the first stage, we have selected some performance area, some performance objective, and again we have calculated. So after first, we noted that 0.568 has come to 0.605. And here, we have selected the subsystems of manufacturing process and control, management commitment, and product engineering. But we have selected only these three performance area for improvement. We got it at 0.605. Now in the second milestone, now this milestone may be for 6 months or maybe 1 year, depending on the type of industry. Now at the second stage, we have selected inventory management, customer care, and quality management for improvement. Again, we have calculated the improvement comes to 0.698. In the third stage, we have selected the subsystems, manufacturing process and capability again, purchase process, employee behavior, and transport convenience. Then our improvement has gone to 0.803 at the third milestone. And this improvement has been calculated by using the design toolkit and that formula. It is clear to everybody how to use it. This is a figure we have shown. For each subsystem, there are 4 columns. One is the existing, and 1, 2, 3 are for the first stage, second stage, and the third stage. This shows the improvement of frugal manufacturing index for various subsystems. A new manufacturing system is proposed. It is a combination of frugal agile thinking. It has a clear potential It can increase profitability. A toolkit has been designed. A case study was performed. But you can use this approach to any system, anywhere. Now just try to have a look on different systems or objectives. This is the first one which we have already shown. Then second one, inventory management system, this one. But these are the different performance objectives of different areas. Have a look on this. If you want any discussion, we can do it afterward because they are saying time is short. Now, have a look at this table. We have summarized it. First area, second, third, fourth, and this one. Now you have a look that frugal manufacturing, agile manufacturing, and green manufacturing. Now, if you take a particular performance area, all are not equally important to this. So what we have done, we have divided those three into 10 points. Say if you look at a first key performance area, first column we have mentioned 3, second is 4, then again 3. 10 have been divided. So whatsoever index you have got, multiply that by 3, multiply by 4, multiply by 3. Add them together and divide by 10. It will give you an average value at that particular area.
Sir, multiplication factors, how we have taken? While mapping.
That depends on the type of industry. And type of industry only.
Sir, before putting the multiplication factor, what are the prerequisites? What are the prerequisites that we have to?
We have taken different subsystems that are applicable to almost all the industries. Now, performance objectives depends on the type of industry, it is medium, big or small. And according to type of the product will decide key performance areas. But virtually this is the most simple way to find the performance index and improvement. Because it doesn't involve too much mathematics. Otherwise you can go to gentle algorithm and so things that people cannot use in the industry.
So, weights are also made accordingly actually?
Yes, sir. That you have to discuss with the labor, discuss with the manager, or say whosoever may be in charge, and then you have to conclude something. Okay. And this process is applicable to any area. Even in the mess house you can apply that.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So, okay, this we have done again. Again, same figure. So this is a simple procedure. We apply to a manufacturing industry, and you can apply to anything you like so far. Because they are saying time short, we cannot discuss that thing much. But only thing will be, we have to go for the eco-friendly manufacturing system, eco-friendly product design, and eco-friendly process, so that total sustainability can be obtained by the system, and that we require in the future. And this is a simple procedure to be adopted to improve the productivity of the system. And during design, eco-friendly products should be designed. For that, first, we should try to choose a material which is plentiful available in the nature. Manufacturing process requires only low consumption of natural resources. Emission of hazardous waste should be avoided. And we should try minimum environmental. And when we discard the product finally, that should create minimum pollution in the environment.
So
I think that's okay. Main points हो गया. Minimum time we are done. Now any question can be there. This is a more simple way. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now, lunch will be served at the admin block. All invitees and participants are requested to proceed at the admin block back lounge for lunch. We will join back at 2:15 p.m. for the technical session. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you back after lunch. Now may I request Professor Manoj Gupta, Singapore, to deliver the keynote speech. May I take few minutes to introduce Professor Manoj Gupta. Professor Manoj Gupta was a former head of Materials Division of the Mechanical Engineering Department and Director Designate of Materials Science and Engineering Initiative at NUS, Singapore. He did his BE from VRCE Nagpur in 1984, first class with distinction, ME from IISc Bangalore in 1987, gold medalist, PhD from University of California, Irvine, USA, and postdoctoral research at University of Alberta, Canada. In August 2017, he was highlighted among top 1% scientists of the world position by the Universal Scientific Education and Research Network and among 1% among scientists as per ResearchGate and Stanford list. He is editor-in-chief, editor of 12 international peer-reviewed journals, a multiple award winner. He actively collaborate, visit as invited researcher, visiting and chair professor in Japan, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, China, USA, and India. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible to everyone? I could not hear the co-host because on the web she was on mute.
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay, so have I been introduced or I introduced myself?
You have been introduced.
Have been introduced, right? So can I share?
Please.
Are you able to see my screen here with the full screen mode?
Yes, we are able to see.
Okay. Well, I could not hear the co-host because the website is mute. So I introduced myself as Manoj Gupta, working with Department of Mechanical Engineering in National University of Singapore. And it's my pleasure to be here giving this lecture, and I hope that the message in the lecture will fascinate many of the audience. The title of the talk is Tremendous Potential of Magnesium-Based Material in Engineering and Biomedical Application. The key word is magnesium. Magnesium is a sustainable material. It's a green material. It's a non-toxic material. It's a nutritional material, and it has a very, very bright future in the coming years. It is used currently to a limited extent in both engineering and biomedical application, and these applications are going to increase in the coming years tremendously, and that is where the focus of my talk is. Now, magnesium is not a new element to us. It has almost 100 years of history. It was quite glamorized during the Second World War, and if you can see the image on the left hand side bottom, you will see all these ladies working in a magnesium factory way back in 1943, and the use of magnesium was prompted at that time for tracer bullets, bombs, and the lightweight equipment. The lightweight concept has emerged in 21st century. At that time, because of the war, many countries were in the short supply of the oil. So to conserve the oil, they have to make their vehicles lighter. So that was a driving force at that point of time. 1947, the year we got independence, it was used in the aerospace sector. 1950, you can see that the Beetle cars or the automobile sector was already using magnesium. So apparently, the use of magnesium is extremely important, and the most important is to save our planet, to improve the health of plants, humans, and the animals. Of course, we are also part of animal family. Now, for the planet Earth, for example, the main issue that we are facing now is the global warming. And apparently, if you see the image on the left hand side, you see this is an image of Chennai in 2015, where months of monsoon fell in about a week time, and the drainage system could not handle it. Any city's drainage system will not be able to handle such a heavy rain. Now, the same city saw the drought, severe drought in 2019, and again floods in 2021. So such kind of rapid weather changes are the consequences of the global warming. We have seen same thing happening in North America and the Europe, and what you see the image on the right hand side is a forest fire in Canada at minus 10 degrees centigrade. The reason is that the air was just too dry. And we have seen France sizzling at 45 degrees C in 2019. such temperature extremes were not seen in the last century. And as a result of that, the Arctic ice is melting and chipping off. And what you see in this image here is a big iceberg. Compare the size of this iceberg with the size of the humans which are seeing it. And that shows that global warming is making a serious impact. Such icebergs are more commonly seen in this century. So apparently, many of the countries got together somewhere in 2015 and signed a Paris Agreement. The main idea was to keep the temperature at 2 degrees C or lower with reference to year 1880, because it has been uh, pointed out by Professor Jason, for example, that if we reach 2 degrees centigrade and beyond with reference to 1880, that will be a tipping point, and beyond which we will not be able to change the weather or control it or reverse it. Currently, we are at 1.11 degrees centigrade above 1880, so we still have about roughly 0.4 degrees centigrade to play around, so that at we don't exceed 1.5 degrees C, which is the first uh, targeted temperature not to exceed by the people in the country. Now, to do that, based on the initial calculation at that time, they say we had to cut down about 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere. Well, it was a difficult task, but in this respect, as I've written here, that COVID-19 came as a blessing in disguise, because all the transportation sector came to a standstill. Aerospace sector was almost shut down, and what we saved just in year 2020 was a cut of 2.3 billion tons. And that is where the global temperature increase, which reached almost 1.3, went back to 1.11, and which is kind of a blessing in disguise. But that's not what we want to do to control our emission. We have to ensure that the CO2 emission, which has been mostly done by the electricity sector, transportation sector, and the industry sector, should be controlled. Of course, we are working hard in generating alternative sources of electricity like the wind energy, water energy, hydrothermal energy, geothermal energy, and so on and so forth, and of course the nuclear energy. But we are still way behind. We still have to catch up on that. Industry sector worldwide, the governments are giving incentive to trap CO2 before it is emitted in the environment. So work is in progress. Transportation sector is perhaps one of the very serious factor where I'm very close to the engineers, including materials engineers and mechanical engineers, and also a big source of CO2 emission. There are many ways you can cut down CO2 emission in transportation sector, but one of the most easy way, or the easiest way, is to cut down on the weight of the vehicles, and that is where the port transportation, marine transportation, and air transportation sectors are actively looking at. Is something which can be achieved really quickly. If you look at this graph, for example, you will see that the lighter we make a vehicle, more the mileage we can get from a liter of petrol or the gas or any kind of fossil fuel that we use. And obviously, if we burn less fuel, we emit less of CO2, and we do our part in mitigating the global warming. Now, while we all understand that global warming is a serious issue, we do not still understand its impact. Many of us don't know that we have already entered a mass extinction event, which is the sixth event in last half billion years. When we say mass extinction event, that means we are likely to lose 70 to 95% of living species, that includes plant, animals, and microorganisms. The first five were created by nature, and sixth is created by us. In the last one, we have seen dinosaurs disappear. In the sixth one, if it continues this way, we may lose much more. The CO2 emissions are at the highest level in last 800,000 years, and because of that and the global warming, as you have seen in the images before, Arctic ice is the ice sheet is getting thinner, the ice is chipping off in form of iceberg, and so on and so forth. So Arctic Ocean is predicted to be ice-free by 2030. Its impact will be on the countries, and based on the very recent report about a week back, the countries who are most susceptible to that are China, Bangladesh, India, Egypt, Netherlands, United States, Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Islands. Some of the countries like Fiji may totally disappear from the face of the earth. Sea level is increasing 3.4 millimeter per year, way back from 1993, and that is putting a lot of damaging effect on the coastal areas. The number of extreme events that includes droughts, fires, floods, tropical storms have significantly increased, and we have seen what is happening in New Zealand or Australia last year, or in the Pakistan, for example, where 33% of the country was immersed in water. So flood, storms, and drought, if you look at the image on the bottom right-hand side, are the three main outcome of the global warming. And floods and storms have only made their presence felt to us. So the doomsday clock, which was last moved by 30 seconds in 2018 to 2 minutes to midnight, has been recently moved on 26 January, and now it's only 90 seconds away. Well, there are many reasons for that, and maybe the Ukraine war is one of the reasons for this 30-second movement, but there will be other factors also. Three main factors which control the movement of this doomsday clock are the proliferation of nuclear weapons, climate change, and the new technology. So you see the climate change is one of the key factors. And with the COVID-19 in last 3 years, we should also say the proliferation of biological weapons may also affect this doomsday clock in the future. Now, if you go on the spiritual side, for example, you will see that the Mayan calendar, which started in 3114 before Common Era, was supposed to end on 21st December 2012. That means the end of civilization from the planet Earth. Nothing really like that happened. But that was a time when people start feeling the impact of global warming, countries got together, and Paris Agreement was signed. From the Hindu spirituality, you have seen that Kali Yuga is supposed to end in 2025. And the initial aim for Paris Agreement country, based on whatever calculation they made, was to cut down the 2 billion tons of CO2 by 2025. So what do we see between 2012 and 2025 is a kind of window that is given by us from the God to take corrective action, or else face very severe consequences. It's not like the world is going to end in 2025, but that is like, if we don't take a corrective action, our life will become more difficult. Now, and that has led to a lot of eco-anxiety. It is gaining its roots in our civilization. And if you look at the image on the top, all the three events of forest fires, storms, flooding, and the droughts, for example, are very nicely picturized here. Many of the young people are already starting to suffer from eco-anxiety, and there is also the books published on that. All the educated countries, even the young generation is very educated. They understand it is bad. The toxic material and toxic technology is not to be embraced anymore. And this slide only shows some of the protests by the young generation. So there's a lot of change in the way we do research now, and obviously the toxic technology and toxic materials are being ruled out slowly. And if you notice that lead-based soldiers have been ruled out from 2010 already, and it's only used in the defense applications. Now let's try to look the health of the plants in context of magnesium, which is the main focus of this talk. The work done in Australia have shown that the plants have the capability to absorb what goes in the soil. And all these fluorescent images show the absorption of gold and manganese in Australia by the plant, because the soil was contaminated with these minerals and metals. And now what is a lightweight material we use currently is aluminum. Now if the aluminum contaminate your water or soil, then what you see in the plant on your right hand side in this image has the stunted roots, and stunted root means the growth of the plant is affected, and the aluminum can go into the transportation system of the plant and create toxicity. Remember, aluminum is a neurotoxic element which is linked to the Alzheimer's disease. We should not be seeing this element entering the food chain. Plants like buckwheat plant can absorb a lot of aluminum. It has been scientifically proven. On the other hand, if magnesium enters the food chain, it's a good news because if you look at the plant on the right hand side, that is a soil which contains magnesium, sufficient amount of magnesium. The reason is that magnesium is a nutrition element for all living organisms. In the context of humans and animals, what you see here on the top left hand side is a dog turning blue, and why it is turning blue? Because the water is contaminated. Now the question is that can human also start changing the color if we take the contaminated food and water? Likely it can lead to the genetic mutation. And if you look at the image, fictional image at the bottom is a Hulk from the Avenger movies. The body is contaminated and a person can turn into a freak. So apparently the message here is that no matter it's a water pollution or air pollution or soil contamination or any other pollution, it has the capability to affect our nervous system, respiratory system, cardiovascular system, and so on and so forth. So we should try to minimize the contamination as much as possible in the ecosystem we live in. In the context of human health, for example, magnesium is used in 300 chemical reaction in the body. It is required by good functioning of muscular system, nervous system, cardiovascular system, immunity system. It provides an energy boost, relieve the muscle tension, helps you in sleeping, and it also has the anti-cancer properties. And this subject is under investigation now with very promising results. Now it is easily available in vegetables, green vegetables, grains, beans, nuts, and fish. And you'll be surprised that the fourth most abundant cation in the human body and mainly stored in the bones. It is also used in the medicine already with the vitamin A, C, and E. It can help relieve the symptom of tinnitus. Tinnitus is a situation when you feel there is a sound, but actually there is no sound there. And it affects the people who are working in a noisy environment, like soldiers, workers in the machine shops, and all, so on and so forth. Now, another aspect of magnesium is it to control the electromagnetic shielding. In the current atmosphere, we practically each of us have a mobile phone, we have TV in the home, many of us have laptop, refrigerator, and some electronic gadgets like food processor and so on and so forth. The common thing from this electronic gadget is that they all emit electromagnetic radiation, which is the fifth largest pollution after noise, water, air, and salt-based pollution. Now, when we are in close proximity of such gadgets, then it induces the electrical current in our body, and our body does not know how to handle it, and it affects our metabolism and hormonal production. As a result of that, the World Health Organization has classified this as a group 2B radiation, possibly carcinogenic, that means cancer causing. And each of us is susceptible because there's a mobile phone in our pocket all the time. And we talk for hours and hours these days on the mobile phones. So we try to see the possibility of using magnesium instead of aluminum for electromagnetic shielding, and we did the studies in both radio wave frequency and the microwave frequency, and we saw that magnesium is similar or superior to aluminum with a similar range of properties. So apparently then why should I replace aluminum? Because aluminum is neurotoxic and magnesium is also 35% lighter than aluminum. So that makes our phone lighter, laptop lighter, our TV lighter, our camera lighter. So as well, we use magnesium and create a better environment for our future generation. So in the periodic table, magnesium appears in the group 2A. It has one of the lowest melting point among the structural material. Its density is 1.74 gram per cc, is the lowest once again among the structural materials. Wonderful specific strength, the wonderful damping, electromagnetic shielding, acceptable ductility levels, acceptable modulus, but this modulus is not good enough for stiffness critical designs. Its cost is acceptable. Its issue or negative point is that it tends to corrode in the wet atmospheric condition. So if you want to use it, you have to ensure that your product is compositionally modified or it is coated, like we coat the iron with zinc or paint. Now, its comparison with aluminum, titanium, and steel. Why aluminum, titanium, and steel? Because aluminum is the largest metallic element in terms of volume, which is used in engineering application. Steel is the largest metallic element is used by weight. Titanium is used in very strategic defense application. It has its own unique properties. Now, if we compare these elements, we see the density of magnesium is the lowest among them. Its melting point is lowest among them. Specific modulus is similar, and specific strength of magnesium. It can be easily processed. It can be easily turned into the finished product faster. That indicates that the cost of the end product is not likely to be higher. If you look at the image on your right hand side, you will see that on the y-axis your strength and on the x-axis your density. So magnesium range of the properties overlaps with that of aluminum, titanium, steel, and nickel. That means you can replace all these elements or heavier elements by magnesium. But what we want to do is to increase this property range all the way the range exhibited by aluminum so that we can replace as much aluminum as possible. So is magnesium sustainable? That's the next question. Yes, it is sixth most abundant element in earth crust and about third most dissolved mineral in seawater. So we have enough supply. In terms of mass, it is 12 times more than that of aluminum. And that means if you can use aluminum maybe for 100 years, you can use magnesium for 1200 years. Now, if you look from the universal perspective, you will see that magnesium is the most abundant element even beyond iron. So in the future, if you want to colonize Moon or Mars, you can always take the magnesium technology, and that's a non-toxic technology that you can live with. And that's exactly the reason I often say that magnesium is the God's favorite element, metallic element. Now, most of us have seen in the chemistry lab that we can burn magnesium faster, but that is true only if the magnesium is in the powder form or in the form of chips. Now, that is where I always try to show the application of magnesium, and we don't have any accident when magnesium is used as structural element because of magnesium. Now, in 1950, as I've shown in the earlier slide, the Beetle car was using 20 kg of magnesium. It was used way back in 1970 in the engine application, where the outside part of the engine can reach 200 degrees centigrade. In 2012, GE introduced magnesium in the boot area of the car with a very simple slogan: 75% lighter than steel and 33% lighter than aluminum. Porsche used magnesium way back in 2015 onwards in the roof area, and they saved 10 kg just by replacing the roof. And they say it's the thinnest, strongest, and lightest, and they compared that with aluminum and carbon fiber reinforced plastic. South Korea developed a most comprehensive roadmap to put magnesium in the automobile sector, and they identified the areas like the wheels, like the steering wheels, lamp casing, and so on and so forth, which can be made of magnesium. Maruti Suzuki, for example, India is using magnesium steering wheels for many decades already. Now let's try to have a look at the aerospace sector. Convair aircraft use very high magnesium content of magnesium in 1947, and B-36 Peacemaker, again the Convair brand, used 8.6 tons of magnesium. Sikorsky helicopter used 115 kg of magnesium. Lockheed F-80C was almost a magnesium construction. Russian bomber, 1.5 tons of magnesium. And apparently it was used in the defense application from all the way from the Second World War till now. Even our light combat aircraft or Tejas also have the magnesium gearbox. The material comes from Russia. So in 2015, the ban on magnesium was lifted from commercial aerospace sector. And apparently they only put the condition that please do the flammability test, because for a long time researchers were asking FA that please remove the ban, because for example in a A380 wide body plane 700 seater you can save on 4.2 tons just by replacing the seats on which the passengers sit from aluminum to magnesium. So that's a very big saving, and that translates into burning of very less jet fuel. Now let's try to have a look at maritime. What you see here is the amphibious vehicle capable of running in water and on the land at a speed of about 45 miles an hour. The body is made of magnesium, make it lighter, make the fuel work for a longer time. In cruise ships, the engines are made of magnesium. Armed robotic vehicles, many countries are trying to replace aluminum and steel with magnesium. And with the calculation, they say that they can save 17% just on a 6-ton armed robotic vehicle if they just use magnesium to make the body. And for a 25-ton armed robotic vehicle, they can cut down on 3.75 tons. And that you can imagine how much less fuel you will burn, or you will have more time in the war zone. Last year only, LG has introduced the world's lightest laptop, which you can see in this image, and the way they did it is to replace the body with magnesium, and they made a Guinness World Record. So apparently magnesium is also being used now or projected to be used in electronic sector, like Samsung phone. The body is made of magnesium, in the cameras, in the TV frames, and so on and so forth. Robotics, typically the metallic material we use the steel, but steel is very heavy, 75% heavier, and apparently that will use a lot of electrical energy, which again comes from burning of fossil fuel, and the response time is also slow. So replace with magnesium. High-speed trains in Germany, for example, again you want to save energy, so they are doing the system level testing almost 3 years back to replace the sleepers all with magnesium. So that is where the world is going. It's a very, very big market, and there are not enough players in the market, in the international market at this point of time. Now let's try to come a bit on the research side. So we are working on magnesium for almost more than 20 years, and we developed some processing techniques in our lab. So the first technique is a disintegrated melt deposition technique, which takes advantage of spray deposition processing and the most economical stir casting technique. We take the magnesium or magnesium alloys or magnesium and the reinforcement in the graphite crucible. We use the resistance heating gas because magnesium melting point is 650 degrees centigrade. We stir the mix and then we pour it, the bottom pour it, and when the metal or slurry is being bottom poured, it is hit with the jets of argon gas so that the heat can be extracted and the microstructure can be refined, and you get an ingot. A typical setup is shown in the image on the right hand side, and these are the ingots which we get following casting. After machining, you can get the billets for extrusion and what you see as an extruded rod. We also use the powder metallurgy route to make this material, and in this situation, if you're making an alloy, you put magnesium powder with the alloying powder. If you're making composite, you add the reinforcement. You blend them till they are homogenized very well. You compact them into a billet and you sinter them. Now, typically, researchers sinter using the tube furnace, conventional sintering, but we use the microwave. So we have developed this setup in the microwave. You can use a microwave that you use in your house, but you have to create the setup. Now, if you look into this table, you see that we can reach 640 degrees centigrade in the microwave. That is our sintering temperature for magnesium in 14 minutes. That gives us almost more than 90% saving on time. 90% saving on time, saving on the manpower cost. And if you look at the extremely right-hand side column, you'll see that energy consumption is also reduced by 90% and more. And that means I'm reducing the cost of my final product. and I don't need argon even for magnesium. I can do it in air. So we calibrate the microwave, and for every minute we see the temperature rise. So if we have to heat it at 640 degrees C, for this setup, we can reach in 14 minutes. So we switch on the microwave, time it for 14 minutes, 14 minutes is over, sintering is over. Give it some time in the microwave, replace it, and go for extrusion or secondary processing. So what you see in the setup here is an outer crucible here, an inner crucible here. In between, we put the silicon carbide and enclose this chamber into the insulation, which is shown by the yellow color here, so that this temperature increase, which is 640 here, does not affect the electronics of the microwave. Switch it on, microwave heats compact from inside out and outside inside and achieve the sintering. Now, one of our focus on magnesium-based material is basically on the nanocomposites. Why we go for nanocomposite or reinforcement and nano length scale is very straightforward. If you use the reinforcement in the micron length scale and you apply the stress to your material, your particles either break or they debond. And once the particle break or debond, then what happens is that you are not able to realize the full strength of the material, and your ductility and toughness can be compromised by as much as about 80%. So to minimize this cracking of the particle or debonding, if you use them in the nano length scale, such as the one you see in the image on your right hand side, where Al2O3 is the nano length scale reinforcement, you will see that interfacial bonding is reasonably good, distribution is good, you do see some porosity, but that is at nano length scale. So that is not an issue. And in case of magnesium, what you do with 2% Al2O3 is equivalent of about 20% of reinforcement at micron length scale. So you don't add the weight penalty to the material because both Al2O3 or SiC are heavier than magnesium. So as a result of the incorporation of this nano length scale particle, you can improve the ductility of the magnesium, modulus, dynamic properties, high temperature stability, creep properties, wear properties, fatigue performance, dry and wet corrosion resistance, ignition characteristic, electromagnetic interference, and bioresponse in general. Some particles give you a better improvement in certain properties, some particles give you better improvement in other properties. So that is where you have to do the literature search that which particle is good for what. I'll show you only one example here of the development of magnesium alloy here, where we put zinc, gadolinium, and calcium to magnesium, and you see a tremendous improvement in the compressive yield strength from 75 to 260 megapascal. UCS improved from 335 to 585. Failure strain reduced from 25.6 to 12.6. Still remain more than 10%, reasonable for secondary processing, and the grain size is about 1.5 micron roughly. Now, what is the importance of this number is that because this number exceeds the number of WE43 alloy in the extruded condition, and WE43 alloy is approved by FAA for aerospace sector. You can make these alloys and you can easily replace WE43. Now you see the magic of zinc oxide. When you put the zinc oxide as a reinforcement, you see that you further increase the strength level by 100 megapascal, whether it's a yield strength or ultimate strength, and your ductility compromise is minimal. So from 12.6 about 10.6, still wonderful formability. Now, if you look at these numbers here, these numbers are superior to the steels commonly used in the structural applications such as S275 and S355, and now you get 75% saving, and obviously these values are much higher than W43. So that is the potential of magnesium-based material in conserving the energy and conserving the fuel consumption in anything that moves. Magnesium is also being targeted very actively for last 10 years as a non-permanent implant. There are two types of implants we use or the doctor use in the body. Permanent implant, such as the hip implant and knee implant, and temporary implant. That means these plants are used for the healing purpose and then they are removed. An example, you have an accident, you have a slight crack in your bone, The doctor opens you up and put a nail, fix it, close you up, and after 1 or 2 weeks, maybe depending on the extent of injury, after that healing is done, he again opens you up and remove that implant, because otherwise in the long term it will cause toxicity. So you have to go through 2 surgeries. Now, if you use magnesium implant, for example, you have a fracture, they put the implant, close you up, and forget about it. Because now the bone will heal and magnesium implant will slowly dissolve in the body. And since it's a nutritional element, if there's an excess of it in the body will remove it through urine. So no need of second surgery. So you save on your trauma, you save on the doctor's time, you save on the cost of medical attention. That is why a lot of people are uh, targeting magnesium as a temporary implant. We already have magnesium stents in the market, and we already have magnesium compression screws in the market for orthopedic application. And this sector is slowly growing up, and we have a lot of scope to grow. We did some work by reinforcing magnesium with the nano-length scale particle of titanium, titanium diboride, titanium dioxide, titanium carbide, and titanium nitride. And apparently what we see is that we look at the strength value, as we found that the strength of this nanocomposite is superior to that of the bone, which is at 149 megapascal, and the ductility is also superior to that of the bone, which is around maximum of 2.1%. So on tensile properties, it's okay. We also did the compressive properties, and again, the compressive properties of the nanocomposite were superior to that of the bone. So from mechanical point of view, these materials are okay. But the second aspect that we see is that whether they don't corrode too fast in the body. So with the discussion with the doctors, they say that the rate of the corrosion should be less than 0.2 millimeter per year in the physiological solution. And the material which are shown in the table here are about less than 0.1 millimeter per year. So from corrosion or degradation point of view, these materials are suitable. Other aspect that is seen from this material is that cells should be able to grow and attach to this material. So we did the cell proliferation assay with the help of the medical doctors in the hospital, and they say the cell viability for all these materials, in this case magnesium with hydroxyapatite, was more than 75%, and which is approved by ISO standard. That means these materials are good for the clinical trial and can be, after the clinical trial, human trials, and then you can already market them. Another aspect that we are working on is to replace plastics, and magnesium can play its part. Plastic is another nuisance to the environment, and that is typically microplastic, and Australian researchers have shown that almost 14 million tons of microplastic is already on the ocean floor, and American researchers have shown that this plastic have already entered our food plate. So what we eat, we may be eating microplastic practically every day. So microplastic is a plastic fibers less than 5 millimeter in the dimension, and there are about 9 different type of plastic that they found in the humans or the samples taken from Europe, Japan, and Russia. And these plastics can enter the bloodstream, lymphatic system, and even liver. Where do you find microplastic? In the tap water, soft drinks, salt beer, oceans, flying insects, fishes, and birds. And the two most common ones are the polypropylene, PP, and PET, polyethylene terephthalate. Now, apparently, even if you're a vegetarian, you are not on the safe side, because microplastic can breach the roots of the plant and then enter the plants. So if the microplastic is 2.5 micron or less, you can get it in carrots, lettuce, broccoli, potatoes, apples, and pears. Of course, there's no established link between the plastics and the medical issues arising from that, but the doctors have warned that it can lead to the cancer, weakened immunity system, reproductive problem, nervous system issues, and hearing loss. So what we are doing is to compositionally modify magnesium, for example, by adding lithium. And if you look in this image, the pure magnesium here is like sitting down at the bottom in a beaker, while if you just put 12 lithium, the magnesium can float almost in the water. You want to make it even lighter so that it pops out of the surface of the water. So now imagine making any marine devices made of these materials properly protected. Your ship will never sink. It will never sink. The second way of making it lighter is by using hollow reinforcement. Now, apparently, if you use that, then you you can also not only in the marine application, you can use in the automobile sector, for example, where you want a good crash worthiness. These materials can absorb shocks and energy during the accident. For example, if you use in the front and back side of your car, which has been researched on in USA, and someone hits you at 70 kilometer per hour, the effective impact can be only like 30 kilometer per hour, and that will be very helpful for the survival of the people in the car accidents. So let's see how the world community is moving in the direction, and in this chart, which is shows the growth of the number of paper published in 2009 to 2018 is on the upward trend. So how do we link this number of papers? It's not like mere number of papers. In most of the part of the world, you publish the paper based on the research grant you get, and you get the research grant based on the think tank telling the government where the money should be invested for research and development. So basically, in many countries now, more and more money is put in magnesium research, and many of the countries, including all the leading countries, are trying to create their own niche. Now, many countries are still not advanced level to bring a lot of products of magnesium, and that's why I hope that within this decade, this market is likely to get saturated by 2030. So it's still a very good time to move in the direction of magnesium technology. So in conclusion, I would like to say that there's a lot of scope of using magnesium or composite technology in both engineering and biomedical applications. A trillions of dollar market for grab. Anyone who comes in will grab it. We don't need any fancy things for processing magnesium. You can use all the infrastructure that you use for aluminum, give them slight tweaks because magnesium is a different element than aluminum, and it is reactive at a high temperature, so it has to be processed slightly differently. Number three, nanoparticles have a lot of promise, and so is the amorphous and hollow reinforcement. So there's a lot of scope for the material development to improve the targeted properties um, dependent on the end application. So magnesium technology has arrived. It has arrived already. It's a time for industry to adapt for the welfare of the planet and for the economic growth, not of the economic growth of the company itself, but also of the nation. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk with acknowledgement to all my students and the research fellows who worked with me for last 20 years. And thank you very much for your attention. I am open for any questions that you may have now.
Any questions, audience? Participant, if you want to have.
You can put the question in the chat box as well, and maybe I'll open the chat box to see it.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. My name is Shyam Babu. I'm a research scholar from IIT Manipur. Sir, my question is, right now the nanotechnology is improving, and if we want to collaborate with you, so can we contact you? It's not audible. Type. Sir, am I audible to you?
I cannot hear you on the mic because I think it is not connected with the web system. So you can put in the chat box. If you can hear me, I will read in the chat box and I will answer your question.
Any other participants have any question? So by the time people put the question in the chat box, I am Professor Rajesh Bhushan, Dean Academic from NIT Manipur. We are happy to see you virtually. We wanted, if you could come, that was good. But for us, the lecture was very useful. So by the time people will be putting the question in chat box, and the really magnesium is the material for the next decades to come, and applications which you have told through your presentation, like marines, aerospace, medical fields, these are all the very good applications.
Well, if you want to collaborate with me, you can always send me the email, express your research interest, and we will take it from there. I do work with a lot of researchers from India, including IITs, NITs, private universities like Satyabama, Welltech, VIT, and all this thing. So we can always start to collaborate. That's not an issue with me.
Any other participants? Would you like to put question in the chat box? So if there are no questions, I would like to thank Professor Manoj Gupta for his very informative and useful presentations, and thank him for sparing his valuable time. If he could have come here to NIT Manipur, that was a very good option, but still, because of his limitations, he could not come. He delivered a very informative, useful talks. Thank you very much. In the next time, we would like to see in the NIT Manipur. Thank you, Professor.